One student, one creativity.
Hello everyone! Today, I want to take you on a journey. A journey into the lives of an elderly couple, Gary and Stella, as they embark on a short holiday that turns into something much deeper. This is the story of Bernard McLaverty's novel, Midwinter Break. A story about love, memory, faith, and the quiet struggles of a long marriage. Gary and Stella have been married for decades. They live in Scotland, but their roots go back to the Northern Ireland. Like many married couples, their relationship is filled with familiarity, comfort, routine, and small irritations that have built up over the years. Yet, beneath the surface, their bond is fragile, weighed down by unspoken pain and unmet needs. One winter, they take on a short break to Amsterdam. The city's serene beauty and rich history become a backdrop for their emotional exploration. On the surface, it seems like just another holiday. But beneath the surface, something is shifting. Stella, deeply religious, is searching for meaning. Perhaps even an escape. For Stella, this trip is not just a holiday. It is a search for spiritual fulfillment. She contemplates joining a religious community, a decision she hesitates to share fully with Gary. Gary sits in chair of hotel room while Stella looks out of the window. This city, it feels different, quiet but full of thought. Full of tourists and bicycles that nearly run you over? I mean, the way it makes me feel, Gary, like there's something more I should be doing with my life. More? Haven't we done enough? We've lived. We've worked. We've raised a son. Isn't that sufficient? Maybe for you. But I need something else. Something deeper. Gary, an aging architect, enjoys his whiskey a little too much. He is practical, skeptical, and unaware of how deeply Stella's unhappiness runs. He sees this trip as a getaway, a chance to enjoy good food, museums, and the company of his wife. Stella and Gary walk along the canals. Stella stops in front of a building. This is the place, the religious community I told you about. What? You're serious about this? I wouldn't have come otherwise. So, you just decide, after all these years, that you need to leave? Just like that? is not about leaving you, Gary. It's about finding peace. But Amsterdam is not just a city of canals and beauty. It is a place where past and present collide. Memories of their early love, the violence of Northern Ireland's troubles, and the quiet disappointments of their later years come back to haunt them. As Stella visits the religious community, Gary starts to realize that he may lose her, not to another man, but to faith, to a life that doesn't include him, to a life of faith he cannot understand. He is forced to confront his drinking, his complacency, and the possibility that their life together may not be as strong as he once believed. That night, in their hotel room, Gary sits with a drink in his hand. Stella watches him with sadness. You always reach that before talking. And you always reach for God before talking. Maybe that's the problem, Gary. We've stopped really talking. This novel doesn't give easy answers. Instead, it asks us, what does it mean to love someone for a lifetime? Can two people who have grown apart in some ways still find their way back to each other? And how much of ourselves do we give up in marriage? How much do we keep hidden? Gary reflects on their years together, the joys, and the sorrows. He remembers their shared laughter, the birth of their son, and the support Stella gave him through his career. Stella, in turn, remembers Gary's tenderness in the early days and the pain she felt when his drinking distanced him from her. I don't want to lose you, Stella. I can change. I want to understand you better. I want that too, Gary. But I need your support in my search for peace. Their conversation, filled with vulnerability and honesty, opens a door that had been closed for years. They begin to reconnect, not by solving all their problems, but by listening and acknowledging each other's pain. It becomes clear that Gary truly loves Stella. His gruff exterior hides a deep affection and fear of losing her. Stella, in turn, still loves Gary, but yearns for spiritual fulfillment that he struggles to comprehend. Their journey is one of reconciling differences and rediscovering the bond that has kept them together through decades of joy and hardship. The next day, Gary accompanies Stella to the religious community. Not to agree with her decision, but to show respect and support, they stroll together the streets of Amsterdam, reminiscing about their youth and the bonds that have endured despite hardship. Time moves slowly in Amsterdam, and in these quiet streets, Gary reflects on how much Stella means to him. the pain of their past, and the emotional distance they've endured come floating back. Yet, in this foreign city, they find a fragile connection. Gary begins to see Stella's fate, not as a rejection of him, but as a desperate need for solace. In his heart, he knows he must change and become a better partner for Stella. And Stella, in turn, recognizes the love that has endured despite their differences. The moral lesson about this story is that midwinter break reveals that love alone is not always enough to sustain a relationship. It teaches us that true companionship requires empathy, honest communication, and a willingness to grow together. When partners fail to understand each other's emotional and spiritual needs, they risk drifting apart. It reminds us that we must nurture our connection with honesty and care, lest we wake up one day to find out that the distance between us has too great to bridge. In love, as in life, we must listen, compromise, and respect each other's deepest needs. In the end, Gary and Stella's stories is not about finding perfect harmony, but about acknowledging their differences and choosing to support one another despite them. Their journey reminds us that love is an ongoing effort, one that demands patience, respect, and the courage to confront both past pain and future uncertainty. Midwinter Break is a novel of quiet beauty, of deep emotions hidden beneath the surface. It reminds us that even in old age, people are still searching, still hoping, and still longing. And so, as we close this chapter of their journey, we are left with the question: is love alone ever sufficient? Or do we all need something more? That's it for me. Thank you.
America, a land of dreams, adventure, and sometimes the unexpected. In a small town, four best friends, Case, Topper, Mo, and Sam, were about to embark on a road trip that would change their lives forever. They had just left school, ready to leave childhood and step into adulthood. Before they had to face reality, they planned one final adventure, a road trip from their hometown in Ohio to California. No parents, no responsibilities, just the open road. But something happens that they never expected. A celebrity, their idol, Drew Collins, was about to join them. And it's all started with a joke in a kid's bedroom. Guys, imagine if Drew Collins joined our tour. You seriously think a Hollywood star is going to reply to four nobodies from Ohio? Yeah, right. Like Drew Collins has nothing better to do than hang out with us. A moment later, K's phone buzzes. His eyes widen. He stares at the screen in shock. Guys, he replied, and he said yes. After a short pause, there is a total chaos as they jam up, screaming because they cannot believe it. A few days later, they were on the road. They are standing outside their car, feeling nervous. Then, a sleek black car pulls up. The door opens and Drew Collins gets out of the car. He's wearing sunglasses and he looks cool and relaxed. Is this real life? So, are you guys gonna let me in, or should I start hitchhiking? The friends exchange glances, then scramble to clear a spot in the car. Nighttime, a camping spot with no one around. The group sits around a fire, eating snacks. Everyone is calm and relaxed. And Mo speaks. So, Drew, what's it really like being famous? It's like being trapped in a glass box. Everyone sees you, but no one really knows you. People love WizKids. They love the character I play. But what happens when the show ends? What happens when they realize I'm just a person, not some perfect character on the screen? Silence. The friends look at each other, understanding something they never had before. Well, you don't have to be anyone but yourself here. Drew looks up, surprised. For the first time, someone sees him for who he really is, not just the actor playing him. The car speeds down the highway. The fun and carefree feeling has gone. Drew held his phone tightly and I told you, I'm not seeking another contract. I need a break. And he ends the call and throws the phone down. The car falls silent. But Topper asked Drew with carefully, Drew, are you okay? I don't know who I am anymore. I've spent my whole life being Drew Collins, TV star. What if I'm nothing without that? Everyone is silent. Then Case speaks. You're more than just an actor, Drew. You're a person, and whoever that person is, you deserve to figure it out. Drew look at them and something shifts in his expression. He realizes something. The car arrives at the stunning views in California. The sky is painted with shades of orange and pink as the sun begins to set. Mo takes a deep breath and says, "We made it." Drew is standing at the edge of a lookout, looking out over the hot landscape ahead. For the first time, I feel free. The friends stand beside him, knowing that this journey meant something far greater than they ever imagined. Outside an airport, Drew is standing there with his bag on his shoulders. The time has come to say goodbye. So, I guess this is it. Yeah, you don't worry. We won't tell anyone that you're bad at road trip games. They laughed, but there is something more deep and real beneath the surface. Take care of yourself, Drew. He pauses, then says, "Thank you for seeing me." With one last look, Drew turns and walks into the airport. The group watches him go, knowing that they'll never be the same. So, life is full of unexpected journeys. Sometimes, the people we meet along the way change us in ways we never imagined, and sometimes, we are the ones who change them. Drew thought he was just escaping for a while, but what he found was something far more valuable: real friendship and the courage to finally be himself. And the adventure is over. So, for moral of the story of Stranger Than Fanfiction teaches us that the most meaningful journeys are about the people we share them with, not the places we go. Thank you.
A massive iceberg floating in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. It's a huge, cold, and silent. Until you look closer, inside that frozen giant, there's a ship. Not just any ship, but a burnt-out wreck, trapped like a fly in amber. That's where our story begins, with Telp, the loudest, smartest, and coolest guy you'll ever meet. He's a hero who works for NUMA, the National Underwater and Marine Agency, and he's about to dive into the wildest adventure of the year. It all started when a Coast Guard plane spots that strange iceberg with a ship stuck inside. They drop a red dye marker to flag it. But soon after, two mysterious guys in white snowsuits chip the marker off. Someone doesn't want this ship found. Enter Dirk Pitt, a man who doesn't back down from a challenge. He's sent with his buddy, Dr. Bill Hanwell, a brainy ocean scientist, to figure out what's going on. Dirk stands off the deck of a chopper while weaving his dark hair, staring at the iceberg. He mutters to himself, "Well, Dirk, the old boy, looks like we have got a frozen mystery on our hands. Let's crack it open and see what's cooking." They land on the ice, and right away, things get weird. The ship inside is a luxury yacht, torch to earth creeps with 9 creepy, chaired bodies on board. Each one's wearing an ornate ring, like some kind of secret club. Dirk's God tells him this isn't an accident. And then they find a hole drilled into the ice, right to the ship. Someone's been here before them, and they did not want to company. Before Dirk and Hanwell can dig deeper, trouble finds them. A black jet screams out of the sky, guns blazing. Dirk grabs the chopper's control, dodging bullets like a pro. "Hang on, Bill!" he shouts. "This guy's playing rogue, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." He pulls crazy move, faking a crash, and lures the jet into smashing into the ice. Boom! The bad guy's downed, but so is their chopper. Hanwell doesn't make it, and Dirk's left alone. Battered, but alive. Now, Dirk mad. He dragged himself to the Iceland, determined to get answers. He meets Christy Fiery, a stunning Icelandic woman with violet eyes and a big secret. Her brother, Christian, was a genius inventor who built a super probe to mine rare minerals from the ocean floor. That probe missing, and it's tied to the ship in the iceberg. Kirsty, brother, died on that yacht, and she's out for revenge. Dirk's like her fire. "All right, Kirsty," he says, cracking a grin. "You've got guns. And I've got a hunch. Let's team up and take these creeps down." The trail leads to a shadowy group called Hermit Limited, a bunch of rich weirdos with a wild plan. They want to take over Haiti and the Dominican Republic, then all of South America, using that ocean probe to get filthy rich. Leading them is Oscar Rondin, a hulking great master with a mean streak, and his girlfriend, or so it seems, Kelly, a blonde bombshell who's way too calm about everything. Dirk goes undercover, and this is where it gets wild. To sneak into Rondim's fancy Iceland mansion, he pretends to be a flamboyant artist. Think bright scarf, loud laughs, and a fake accent. "Oh, darling," he coos to a guard, twirling his scarf. "This party is simply divine. I must paint it." The guard buys it, and Dirk slips inside. But Rondin, no fool. He catches Dirk snooping and beats him to a pulp in a brutal fight. Dirk's down, bleeding, but he's not out. "You hit hard, big guy," he groans, spitting blood. But I'm not done yet." 6. Barely alive, Dirk escapes by climbing and ravine and hiking across Iceland's freezing wilderness. He starts as Niels, and he makes it back to his Numa boss, Admiral Sandekers, who's flown in with his assistant, Tiddy. Together, they figure out the crazy twist. Kelly is not just Rondin's girlfriend. She's Christian Friary, Christian brothers. He fakes his death, changed his body with surgery, and now he's running this evil scheme as a woman. Dirk's jaw drops. "Well, I'll be damned," he says. "That's one heck of a plot twist," he says. The final showdown goes down at, get this, Disneyland. Rondim's crew kidnaps Dirk and Sandeker, dragging them to the pure spirits of the Caribbean ride. It's nuts. Fake spirits, real guns, and a fight on the rocking ship. Dirk in his elements, dodging a bullets and cracking skull. Time to send these clones back to deep end, he yells, knocking into the water. Kirsty shows up too, and together they take down the last of Hermit Limited. The probe's safe. The bad guys are toast and they're still standing. In the end, Dirk looks out over the icy sea, lighting a cigarette. Another day, another lunatic trying to rule the world. He mutters, "Guess I'll keep saving it, one iceberg at a time." The sun sets, the wave crash, and the wildest action thriller of the year fades to black, leaving behind a hard-earned lessons. Trust is a treasure, but truth is the map to find it. Alright, I think that's all. Thank you.
In the year 1751, a young man named David Belfer left his village after his father's death, with only a letter left by his father. He traveled to the house of chance, or his family's home. But what he didn't know was that this journey would change his life forever. This is my family's home, or maybe a trap for an orphan like me. He knocks on the heavy wooden door. The door slowly cracks open, revealing an old man, thin, messy, with suspicious eyes. This is Abnezer Belfer. Who are you? I am David Belfer, son of Alexander Belfer. You are my uncle, aren't you? Abnezer stares at him for a moment, then smirks strangely. Come on, if you dare. David steps inside. The door slams shut behind him, marking the beginning of something dangerous. The inside of the house is dark and cool. Cobwebs fill the corners, dust covers the old wooden table and chairs. This place doesn't look like a nobleman's house. You should be grateful. I gave you shelter. Now go upstairs to your room. David climbs the stairs, but notices a large locked door at the top. What's behind the door? Abnezer looks nervous and quickly changes the subject. Don't ask too many questions, and never try to open it. Thunder rumbles outside. That night, David can't sleep. He feels his uncle is hiding something. And the next morning, Abnezer sends him to fetch a chest from an old tower outside the house. Go up to the tower. Bring me the chest from the top. David climbs the narrow stairs. But halfway up, the steps begin to shake. Then, crack! The stairs collapse. Uncle, help me! David almost falls into the deep darkness below, but grabs onto the edge just in time. When he looks down, he sees Ibnazar watching, not trying to help. He wants to get rid of me. With great effort, David pulls himself up and finds another way down. He confronts Abnezer with anger in his eyes. You tried to kill me. You are too smart for your own goodbye. Before David can escape, several men appear from the shadows. One of them strikes David on the head. The screen fades to black. David wakes up to the sound of waves and the rocking of a ship. He finds himself tied up in a dark room. Betrayed by his own family, David was sold to a cruel captain, Season, who plans to send him to America as a slave. Welcome to the Covenant, boy. Forget about your home. You'll never see Scotland again. David struggles, but it is useless. On the ship, David meets Alan, Breck's steward, a Scottish rebel fighting against the English. You look half that. Can you fight? I don't know, but I want to leave. Good, because tonight we're taking over the ship. That night, Alan and David find the ship's crew. With courage and a bit of luck, they manage to take control of the ship. But a great storm comes. The ship crashes against the rocks. David and Alan wash up on the shores of Scotland. David and Alan travel through the mountains, caged by English soldiers. They survive on little food and sleep on the frozen ground. I, I just want to go home. One night, they are surrounded by soldiers. A chase begins through the forest, a rose flying past them. David finally returns to the House of Shams. Abnezer is shocked to see him alive. You you should be dead. David showing proof. Now everyone knows what you've done. You will get what you deserve. The police arrive and arrest Abnezer. David finally claims his inheritance. David and Alan stand on a hill, looking at the horizon. So, you got your house back. What will you do now? I will be free. The story of kidnapped teaches us about courage, perseverance, and justice. David faced betrayal from his own family, but he never gave up and fought for what was right. Life is full of challenges, but with bravery and intelligence we can overcome them. Friendship is also an important lesson in the story. Alan, Rick Stewart, who was once a stranger, became a trusted ally who helped David survive. This shows that we need others in life, and true friendship often appears when we least expect it. Additionally, this story reminds us that justice must be achieved in the right way. David did not seek revenge against his uncle with violence, but instead proved the truth. It teaches us that honesty and bravery will always win in the end. Finally, Kidnapped reminds us that freedom is a right for everyone and must be fought for. Love, life is not just about accepting fate, but about having the courage to stand up against injustice and take control of our own future. Thank you.
Once upon a time, the storm outside was nothing compared to the storm inside the Pacific traders. In the heart of Tokyo, where business deals were made and broken, David Corwin received a call that will change everything. The company was in trouble and his boss, and were invest need from him immediately. He looked at the memo once again, his eyes narrowing as he read the urgent words from his boss. A crisis? What could be so serious that it was wants to see immediately? Comment. Corinne, we have a major problem. One of our tankers, the Saint Marine, has been involved in a fatal incident. A Japanese engineer, Okatabe, is dead. Dead? What happened? Okatabe, a member of Red Watch, he tried to take over the trip. Captain Forsyth shot him and his body was lost at sea. So, this is serious. The media, the authorities did cool escalate quickly. That's exactly why we need to control the narrative. We cannot afford a scandal. Our investors, our partners. If this leaks, we could lose everything. I need you to write a report that minimizes our involvement now. But sir, a man is dead, for his state is clearly shaken. Shouldn't we investigate this? Listen, Corinne. We are a business, not a court of law. For Steve did what he had to do. Our job is to protect this company. Do your part. The storm outside mirrored the storm inside his mind. He had been in this business long enough to understand corporate politics. He knew of the headlines that could emerge if the story was exposed. The scandal, the consequence, the weight of the decision crushed him. He clenched the paper in his hands, frustration welling inside him. His loyalty to the company had never been in question before, but now he was not so sure. If I write what it was once, the company is safe. But if I write the truth, will I be able to live with myself? Corinne, do you have the report? Corinne, this is not what I asked for. No, sir. But it is what's right. Do you think you are some kind of hero? Do you think the truth will change anything? Business, girl. You just made a mistake. Maybe. But I can sleep at night knowing I did. Had me the truth. You are idealistic. That's dangerous in this industry. with confidence in his voice. Maybe, but it's the only way I know how to. Corinne turned and walked out, leaving behind the wake of compromise and impression, the consequence of thought. The storm outside continued, but for the first time, David Corinne felt a sense of clarity. Maybe he had just seen his unfold. Maybe his career was over, but in that moment, he felt something far more valuable than job security. He held 3.
Once upon a time, in the wide and open prairie, there lived the Ingalls family. Pa, Ma, Mary, Laura, and baby Carrie. They were pioneers, traveling in covered wagon, searching for a new house. Life on the prairie was full of adventure, but also of challenges. The wind carried whispers of endless possibility, but also the echoes of hardship unknowns. Oh, how I love the prairie! The sky stretches forever, and the gray sways like waves in the ocean. The wind sings its own lullaby, and the stars at night shine brighter than 1,000 lanterns out there. I can run for miles and still see nothing but open land. It feels like freedom. But sometimes I miss our old house. I miss our old friends. I miss the warmth of a familiar place. Will we ever find a place where we truly belong? I don't know. One day, after days of searching, Pa finally found a perfect place to build their new house. The land was vast, the soil rich, and the trees nearby promised through this shelter. The whole family worked together, turning logs from the nearby woods into walls, creating a space they could call their own. This will be our new house, strong and warm, where we can live safely. A home filled with love, hard work, and also faith, said Mom. Haha, but will this really be ours forever, Pa, Ma? For as long as we work hard and take care of it, little one. Days passed, and the Ingalls worked tirelessly on the farm. The sun dictated their rhythm, rising with its golden embrace, resting only when the stars took over the sky. Every day was a new lesson: how to plant crops, how to store food, how to respect the land. But prairie life was not easy. They faced dangers, wild animals, harsh weather, and sickness. A challenge tested their strength but also their unwavering spirit. The winter is so cold, Laura. The winds howl like ghosts, and the snow buries everything inside. Will we have enough food? We must be strong, Mary. Pa and Ma will take care of us. You need to believe it. And we will take care of each other. Can you believe me? One night, as the cold settled deep into their bones, a pack of wolves surrounded their home. Their howls pierced the night, a haunting melody of the wild. The family huddled inside, afraid yet determined. The light from the fireplace flickered, casting shadows on the wooden walls. Pa grabs an imaginary rifle, standing protectively by the door. Stay inside, all of you. I'll keep watch. No harm will come to this house while I stand here. The sound of howling wolves fills the air as the family holds onto each other, tension thick in the room. Will they go away, Ma? Will we be safe? Said Laura. Ma smiled and stroking Laura's hair, her voice steady with warmth. Yes, dear. As long as we stay together, we will be safe. Our strength is in our love, and our love will see us through. The howling gradually fades. Pa watches until he is sure they are safe before lowering his rifle. The family sighs in relief. Time passes. And with each season, they grow stronger. They learn to listen to the land, to read the sky, to dance with the wind instead of fighting against it. They found joy in the simple things, a warm meal after a long day, the laughter shared over hospital tunes, the quiet comfort of knowing they had each other. And everyone, life isn't just about the hardship we face, but about how we face them. The Ingalls family taught us that love, hard work, and courage can turn any house into a home. No matter how far we travel, no matter the trials we enter, home isn't just a place. It's the people who stand beside us. And so, under the endless prairie sky, in a little house built with love and perseverance, the Ingalls family found not just a home, but a life worth living. See you on the next video. Goodbye!
In war-torn village, in night, the camera slowly pans across the devastated village. Smoke billows from smoldering ruins, casting an eerie orange glow. Broken, shattered buildings stand like skeletal reminders of the violence. The air is heavy with the smell of ash and decay. A figure, Jack, emerged from the darkness, his face gaunt and covered in soot. He walks with a limp, his eyes scanning the rubble. "Sarah, where are you?" He spots a partially collapsed building and rushes toward it, pushing aside debris with desperate energy. Sarah! A shard of glaze pierces his hand, but he doesn't notice. He frantically digs through the rubble until his finger touches something soft. He pulls back, his face pale as he sees Sarah's lifeless face. Her eyes are closed, and a crimson stain mars her white blouse. No, no, please. No, no, please. He collapsed beside her, burying his face in her hand, his sobs echoing through the rains. In the hospital, in this day, Jack lies in a hospital bed. The sterile white walls and the rhythmic beep of the monitor amplifying the emptiness around him. His eyes are closed, but his face converts in a silence screams as a relapse the nightmare. Sarah, she's gone. It's all gone. A nurse enters, her expressions kind but weary. She gently places a tray of medicine on the bedside table. Jack, you need to rest. You are safe now. Jack opens his eyes. His gaze vacant. Vacant? What does safe even mean? At the torn village in the night, the camera slowly pans across the devastated village. Smoke billows from smoldering ruins, casting an eerie orange glow. Broken, shattered buildings stand like skeletal reminders of the violence. The air is heavy with the smell of age and decay. A figure, Jack, emerges from the darkness, his face gaunt and covered in soot. He walks with a limp, his eyes scanning the rubble. Sarah, where are you? He spots a partially collapsed building and rushes towards it, pushing aside debris with dispirited energy. Sarah! A shard of glass pierces his hand, but he doesn't notice. He frantically digs through the rubble until his fingers touch something soft. He pulls back, his face pale as he sees Sarah's lifeless face. Her eyes are closed, and a crimson stain mars her white blouse. No, no, please. He collapsed beside her, burying his face in her hand, his sobs echoing through the rains. In the hospital, Jack lies in a hospital bed, the sterile white walls and the rhythmic beep of the motor amplifying the emptiness around him. His eyes are closed, but his face contorts in a silent scream as he relives the nightmare. Sarah, she's gone. It's all gone. A nurse enters, her expression kind but weary. She gently places a tray of medicine on the bedside table. Jack, you need to rest. You're safe now. Jack opens his eyes, his gaze vacant. Safe? What does safe even mean? The war took everything. It took her. The nurse putting her hand around his arms. I know. It's hard, but you have to fight. You have to live. Jack closes his eyes, his body trembling. The nurse laughs quietly, her heart aching for the young man consumed by grief. At the countryside, sunlight streamed through the leaves of towering trees, creating delicate patterns on the gravy. On the countryside, sunlight streams through the leaves of towering trees, creating delicate patterns on the grassy meadow. Birds sing, and a gentle breeze rustles the leaves. Jack walks slowly, his gait hesitant, his eyes unfocused. He stops, looking out at a field of poppies, their red petals simmering like flames in the sun. Sarah, do you see them? They're so red, like your lips. He bends down, picking a poppy, its velvet petals soft beneath his fingers. He holds it to his chest, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. They say, war makes you strong, but I feel so weak. What good is strength if it can't bring you back? He looks at the horizon, his face touched with a profound sadness, but a flicker of determination lights up his eyes. He takes a deep breath, a quiet strength emerging from the depths of his grief. I won't forget you, Sarah. I'll live for us, but the moral lesson implied, not stated. The devastating consequence of war shown through the destruction of the village and emotional devastation of Jack. The power of love and memory. Sarah's memory provides Jack comfort and drives. The power of love and memory. Sarah's memory provides Jack comfort and drives him to find strength. The importance of finding peace. The beauty of the countryside offers Jack a path towards healing and finding a new purpose. The resilience of the human spirit. Despite the loss, Jack chose to live and find meaning in his grief.
Hello everyone, my name is Seespa. Today I want to do storytelling. The world is vast and full of mystery. Dorothy hadn't Venus. Her husband hadn't Venus. Traveled to remote places, not just for adventure, but also to find inspirations for their writing. In the dense forest of East Africa, bird chirps, leaf rustle in the wind, and iron footprints were visible on the damp ground. Dorothy walked slowly, observing everything with amazement. Look, heavens, the handmade spiders and rats. They are so connected to nature. Hammond quickly whirled in his notebook, speaking softly while amazed. Amazing! I can imagine a character in my novel. Something like this. Look, villager, standing there with smile proudly and wandered around. We have lived like this for centuries. Nature provides everything for us. Dorothy learned everything in her journal, wondering if their way of life would remain the same in the future. A thick mist covered the hills of Keguruan. When they arrived at a village, a bonfire burned to the center, and the villagers gathered to welcome their guests. And elder stood up, opening his arm and greeted. You have traveled so far, sit and eat together. Dorothy smiled, her eyes shining with curiosity as she looked around. Thank you, your culture is so fascinating. Beside her, Herman whispered, his eyes full of inspirations. Look at the traditional clothing. Make it as big. The story is not well known to the world. The young villager stared at them with curiosity and hope in his eyes. We live from this land, but we hear stories about a bigger world. Is it true there are places where people never go hungry? Dorothy pushed for her expectations turning serious before answering gently. The world is vast, but no matter we are, everyone has their problem. That night, Dorothy sat quietly, thinking about the young man's words. Was the outside world really better? Or was it just more complicated? The journey took them to practice following narrow, winding paths through towering mountains. Hannah was amazed by the view. These mountains were so majestic, like a very talent. A local villager standing nervy pointed at the mountains with a serious expressions. We believe these mountains have spirit. They're protocols, but they can also be angry if we not respect. Dorothy stepped closer, her eyes filled with curiosity. Are there anything passed down through the generations? The villager nodded before speaking in mysterious tone. This is a story about a man who traveled the mountains and peacefully without a trace. Dorothy and Hannah looked at each other. They realized that every place they visited had valuable lessons. In West was the sea wind blew strongly. Great hills stretched forward, but something had changed. Houses were being built. Roads were appearing. Dorothy looked around with caution. It's beautiful, but look at it. There are more houses. And what's now the world is changing so fast. Heaven sighed, gazing into the horizon. Wonder if the place we travel will stay the same in the complicates. Dorothy held her journal lightly. Her voice filled with doubt. Or will they only exist as landmark local resident? Their sighed with uncertainty. Before, there were only grassland here. Now, forests are being built and people are bringing new ways. We don't know yet if this is good or bad. Night fell. Dorothy sat a small wooden table in their end. An old lamp illuminating the pages of her journal filled with handwriting. Maybe hadn't read the travel notes. Dorothy read her words loud stop. Traveling is not just about seeing new places. It's about understanding, learning, and bringing homes more than just memories. Close his book and smile, and also about fascinating stories that might be lost if never told. Dorothy nodded, her voice filled with certainty. Yes, this is why we travel. This book is not just about adventure, but about how every place has its own story. Dorothy invites us to see travel as a chance to understand the world and space our life. As the world changes, traditions and cultures risk being forgotten. But through stories, we can keep the past alive and learn from it. Traveling is not just about moving. It is about connecting, appreciating, and preserving the wisdom of those we meet along the way. Dorothy closed her journal, looking out the window where the moon shone brightly in the night sky. Her boat saw but full of inspiration. Every place we visit teach us something about nature, about cultures, and about ourselves. The world may change, but these stories will always remain. Thank you very much.
Have you ever lived in a place where nothing ever changed? Where a past clings so tightly that the future can barely breathe? Today, I want to take you to such a place, a village called Clavely. This is a story about tradition and change, about those who dare to move forward and those who fight to keep things the same. It is a story of struggle, of loss, and of a fire that refuses to die. So, sit back, listen closely, and let me take you to a time, to a place where change was a dangerous thing. Once upon a time, in a quiet village called Clavely, life remained unchanged for generations. The fields stretched endlessly. The seasons
return as they always had. And the people clung to their ways as if time itself feared to move forward. And ruling over them, like an immovable force, was Sir Charles Celandine, the squire, a man of order, a man of tradition. To him, change was a disease, and he was its cure. But not all men feared change. One man dared to challenge the old ways. A simple farmer, a tenant on Sir Charles' land. His name was Fuller, and all he wanted was to try something new. A good hay field, a lot of turnips from Clapton. It makes sense, doesn't it? Keep the cattle through winter, feed them well, make them stronger come spring. It's a smart idea, a necessary one. The pigs have their sty, the horses have their stable. But I mustn't build on my rented land. So where else can I put them? The kitchen. The kitchen will do. For the time being, my wife said. She was against at first, but I took her around. She's willing for me to have a try. But change, no matter how small, was dangerous and costly. And soon enough, Sir Charles would come knocking. What is this, Fuller? I'm fixing up a place for my pets, sir. This year, I aim to keep a few through winter. And that require turning your kitchen into a fire? This is madness. What's next? Cattle in the parlor? I shan't have it. Clear all this nonsense out. I shall reply on this day, and I shall want to see this kitchen just as I always have seen it. It was always the same in Cleverly. The past ruled over the present. The strong dictated to the weak. And those who tried to rise were struck down. This was my kitchen, my place. But now it's a byre, filled with hay and beasts, because he wanted to try winter feeding. I was against it at first, but he took me around, and I let him. For the time being, he says, just to see if it works. And so I endure it, as I always do. They won't have it. They want things as they've always been. Sir Charles, with his rule, his order, his way of keeping cleverly tied to the past. He calls it nonsense. Tells us to clear it all out. Says he wants this kitchen as he's always seen it. And why? Because change freezes that. Then here's something that isn't a matter of opinion. Your notice, Fuller. I shall not renew with you next Lady Day. Exactly that.
fake owl with the lazy and the lick spittles. He didn't come just to say he can hold back the tide. And so it was. The best had won for now. But the world was changing. No matter how darkly mean, like Sir Charles clung to their ways. That's why this place never moves forward. That's why men like my husband have to fight just to take a step ahead. But they won't listen. They never listen. As it was in the beginning, so it must be forevermore. But I see it, and I won't forget. The world is changing, whether they want it or not. And when it does, we will not be left behind. Some battles are lost before they even begin. But those who fight for change never truly lose. And so, the village of Clavely remains unchanged. For now, Sir Charles got this way. The kitchen was emptied, the straw cleared, and the beasts returned to their rightful places. The past had won this battle. But the world does not wait. Change is like the tide. No man, no rule, and no squire can hold it back forever. Fuller saw this. He knew it. And though he lost his home, he did not lose the fight. Because the fight for progress never truly ends. This story teaches us many things. That change will always be met with resistance. That those in power will disguise control as order. That fighting for something new comes with a price. But it also teaches us this. If we do not stand for progress, we will be left behind. The question is not whether the world will change, but whether we will have the courage to change with it. So, tell me, when your time comes, will you fight for the future, or will you let the past decide it for you?
Marauders of Gore. The north of Gore is a tough and cold land. The sky is always gray. The sea never rests, and the wind feels like ice against the skin. Only the strong survive here. The men of Thorvald's land do not follow the laws. They live by their strength, their weapons, and their honor. I am talk about I was once an ordinary man from Earth, but now I am a warrior on Gore. My journey has taken me far, but I have never seen a place like this. A land of raiders, great ships, and fearless warriors. I stand on a deck of longship, its wooden floor wet from the sea spray. The ship moves fast, its dragon-shaped front cutting through the waves. The air, the air smells like salt and pine. The warriors run me laugh and drink, their loud voices filling the morning air. At the front of the ship stands Jarl Ivar Forkbeard. He has a thick golden beard and sharp eyes. He, hold, he holds the ship steering or with one strong hand guiding us forward. He turns to me with a grin. So, you're the Southlander, the one who wants to learn our ways, eh? You're not even a real warrior. I have fought in battles. I have seen blood spill in arenas and in city streets. But the North is different. I want to understand it. Jarl Ivar laughs loudly, and the other warriors join him. They hit their shields and raise their drinking horns. Ha ha ha! A good answer. You will need courage here. In Torvald's land, we do not ask what we want. We take it. We do not hide behind walls. We fight with steel and earn our place in this war. The warriors cheer. Their voices echo over the sea. I began to understand respect in this land is not given. It must be earned through strength and victory. As the sun sets, we reach the shore. The village of Jarl Ivar is ahead, with wooden halls and smoke rising from chimneys. The smell of roasting meat fills the air. Inside the great hall, a fire burns brightly, casting shadow on the walls. The warriors drink and feast, their laughter shaking the wooden beams. Meat is passed around, and 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 egg spills from drinking horns. Jarl Ivar stands and raises his cups. Drink about tomorrow we raid. Raid where? Said Tarkabot. To the south, to the land of merchants, where silver filled their chests. They have grown weak behind their city walls. We will remind them of the north. The hall erupts in cheers. Fists hit the table. Excitement fills the air like a storm before a lightning strike. To this man, riding is not just about taking wealth. It's a test of strength. Who wait to prove themselves. The young warrior leans toward me, his blue eyes sharp. You carry a warrior sword, Southlander, but can you fight like a Northman? A blade is a blade, no matter where it is made. It is the one who wields is that matters. The warriors nod in approval, and Jarl Ivar laughs. Well said. We shall see if your sword is true. The next morning, the cry of gulls fills the air. The long ships are lined up the shore. Warriors fasten their armor, sharpen their axes, and ready their shields. The sky is dark with storm clouds, but no one hesitates. Jolliver stands at the front of his ship, raising his axe high. Be ready! Tonight we drink from the cups of our enemies, or we feast in the halls of the gods. The warrior roars in a respect. The oars cut through the water, and the ship moves swiftly, like wolves hunting their prey. The wind fills the sails. Ahead, the village is quiet. Onward, What is coming? And then the war horn sounds. The ship crashed onto the shore. Warriors jump over the sides, their boots sinking into the wet sand. Swords flash, shields slam against each other. The air is filled with the sound of battle. I grip my sword tightly. A man charges at me. His axe rises high. I step aside and cut my blade across his chest. Blood spills onto the ground. Another enemy comes at me. I block his attack with my shield and thrust my sword onto his side. For gore! The battle is fierce. Houses burn, their flames reaching toward the sky. Smoke fills the air. The warriors of Tauber's land fight without fear, cutting down their enemies like a storm tearing through trees. Joel Ever moves through the battlefield like a force of nature, swinging his axes in deadly arcs. He laughs and he fights, his strength unmatched. The village falls. The last defenders drop their weapons, surrendering. The Northmen gather the spoils, silver, weapons, and food. Jolliver walks up to me, his face covered in blood and sweat. He claps a heavy hand on my shoulder. You thought we'll talk about you have the heart of a Northman, said Jolliver. The warriors cheer. I have won their respect, but as I stand among the ruin of village, watching the smoke rise into the sky, I wonder, is it truly honor? I stare at the sea. The waves crash against the shore, endless and uncaring. This is the way of gore. But is it my way? Joe Ever chuckles beside me, as if he knows my thoughts. You think so much, Southlander. A warrior's path is written in his blade, not in his thoughts. Maybe he's right. Maybe the path of steel and blood will lead me to the truth I seek. But deep inside, a question lingers. Is true strength only measured by conquest? Or is there a greater honor in knowing when to fight and when to walk away? For now, I am no longer just talk about of gore. I am talk about of the north. The sea calls, the storm awaits, and I'm ready. The moral lessons of this story, true strength is not just about winning battles. It is about knowing when to fight and when to seek peace. A warrior is not only defined by his sword, but by his choices. Honor is not found in destruction alone, but in understanding the path one walks. Thank you.
Welcome to Corfu, the jewel of the Ionian Sea in the 1960s. This idyllic island is where Lucy Worley, a young British actress, arrives to escape the sting of her failed London play. She seeks refuge at her sister Bilida's villa, but little does she knows that her peaceful holiday will soon unravel into a tale of danger, mystery, and romance. Lucy's sister's villa is perched near a cyclone bay. From her window, Lucy noticed the neighboring property, a grand villa rented by Sir Julian Gay, a reclusive Shakespearean actor. His son, Max Gill, a talented but neglected composer, also resides there. Despite warning to stay away, Lucy's curiosity is ignited. What a perfect morning! The sun, the sea, and wait, is that a dolphin? Oh, it is. You're such a beautiful creator. But what's that? Gunshot? Lucy's joy turns to alarm as he hears gunfire racing up the rocky path. She confronts Maxwell. How did you shoot at the dolphin? What kind of person is that? I didn't shoot at anything. You're trespassing. Go back where you came from. Trespassing? I have every right to be here. The dolphin deserves protection. Day later, tragedy strikes. A local fisherman's body washes ashore near Lucy's villa. The man has been shot. Whispers of smuggling and espionage travel through the island community. Oh no! Who could have done this? And why? Max Gill and Godfrey Manning, another Englishman renting a nearby villa, will face the scene. Lucy notices tension between them and begins to suspect that one or both, but maybe hiding something. Later that week, Lucy visits a local cafe for some respite from her tension surrounding her. As she sips her coffee, she overhears local discussions, the mysterious events unfolding on the island. They say Sir Julian is involved in something shady, smuggling perhaps, and his son, that Max Gill. He's not, but he seems even. Determined to uncover the truth, Lucy stumbles upon evidence linking Max Gill to smuggling operations involving rebels and ties to communist Albania. But just as she begins to piece things together, dangers find her. Who's there? Show yourself! Thrown overboard by the captures near Albanian water, Lucy fights against the strong currents. Just when all hope seems lost, help arrives from an unexpectedly. The dolphin, it's guiding me back. I can't believe it. Back on land, shaken but determined, Lucy seeks out Max for answer. Max, we need to talk. I know what's happening here. There are lives at stake. You shouldn't have gotten involved, Lucy. This isn't your fight. But it is. I can't just stand by while innocent creators are harmed, and people too. Max reluctantly agrees to let Lucy help him expose the criminal behind the smuggling ring. They begin gathering evidence together, searching through documents and interviewing locals who might know more. Look at this. The shipping records show unusual activity near the cliffs. You're sharper than I gave you credit for. As they work side by side, their relationships depends. They share stories about their past, dreams, unfulfilled, and fears faced. I came here hoping to find myself again after my plane float, but instead, I found danger and you. And I found someone brave enough to stand up for what's right. The story heartless towards its climax as Lucy and Max team up to comfort their enemies in an ancient amphitheater, a place steeped in history and magic. Ho ho ho! You think you can stop us? These islands belong to us now. Not if you have anything to say about it. You won't get away with this. the truth will come out. I never thought I'd find myself here, on this island, with you, after everything we've been through. Sometimes it takes rope magic to bring us where we're meant to be. As peace returns to Carrefour, these rope magics leave us with vital lessons. Have courage like Lucy, standing up for what's right, even when afraid. Trust like the bond between Lucy and Max can give us strength, protect our world, recognizing the beauty and fragility around us. And remember, life's challenges, too difficult, often lead us to discover our true self.
Gather around the listeners and hear the rise of Silas Lapam, a man of ambition, success, and moral reckoning. His genre is one of wealth and downfall, of love and redemption. In the bustling city of Boston does live a self-made Silas Lapam. He was born into a humble beginning, raised off a farm in Vermont, and through sheer determination and hard work. He built an empire in the paint industry. This paint, this mineral paint, is the future I built my fortune with my own two hands. No man gave me anything. I ate it every day myself. Ah, but with success comes challenge. As Lapam business thrived, so did his inspiration. He sought the rise socially to claim a place among Boston's elites. He moved his family to a grand house on Beacon Street, hoping to secure their future among the upper class. Tom Corris is refined, so educated. He is nothing like the man we have known before. But, dear sisters, do you think he sees you that way? Or perhaps he has eyes for another? Ah, love deculates an unpredictable force. Tom Curry, the son of a distinguished Boston family, took an interest in the Lapam. But while Irena was expected to be the object of his affection, Fred had other friends. Penelope, it is not Irena that I love, it is you. But how can I take happiness that was meant for my sister? Meanwhile, in his pursuit of social status, Silas Lapam made reckless financial decisions. His business began to falter. The economy shifted, and investment that once promised went into the burners. I built this from nothing, and now it's slipping through my finger. Silas, we have come so far, but what a cost! Have we lost sight what that truly matters? I did the first pills. For us children, but now I see. Money cannot buy except plans and true happiness. In the world of business, our allies can quickly turn into adverse as Lapan financial trouble worsens. But Walkons admired his success now, shunned him. Business, who had once sought his favor, now refused his calls. Lapam, you had a good run, but the business is Russell's. You should have divorced when you had the chance. I built something where my pen is the best on the market, and you know it. Perhaps, but a failing business is a failing business. With few options left, Lapam faced its greatest test. An opportunity arose to decide his creditors and secure his wealth, but could he betray integrity for fortune? Silas, we have always lived honestly. Will you throw that away for money? No, 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 no. I cannot. I may lose everything, but I will not lose myself. And so, Siaslapam chose honor over wealth. He faced bankruptcy but in doing so, he preserved his dignity, his fortune, and have a crumble, but his character remained unbroken. As Lapan's financial empire collapsed, his personal worth shifted as well. Irene, heartbroken by Trump's affection for her sisters, withdrew into herself, but in time she found strength. Dear sister, I was angry, but I now see what love is not something that can be controlled. If Tom truly loves you, then I must let go be happy for both of us. Meanwhile, Penelope struggled with her own guilt, torn between her love for Tom and her loyalty to Irene. But Tom's persistence won her heart. Penelope, my love for you is true. I wish for no one but you. Will you accept my hand? Yes, Tom, yes. With love and honor prevailing, the Lapan family talks stripped of their wealth for solace in one another. They returned a simple life, one where fairness mattered more than status. This, dear listener, is the rise of Silas Lapam. A man rose the riches but found his true worth in integrity, love, and redemption. That's all my storytelling of Silas Lapam. Thank you.
A town where dreams were buried as quickly as they dug up. A place where men came to find gold, but often found only dust and despair. And into this chaos rode a legend, Bill Hickok, a man whose name was whispered in awe and fear across the West. But in that wood, he just another gambler, trying to outrun his past. There he is, Bill Hickok, the man who stole my heart the moment I laid my eyes on him. He doesn't know it yet, but he's mine, no matter what it takes. Well, if ain't the legendary Bill Hickok, what brings you to that wood, Bill? Looking for a game of card, or just running from your troubles? A little of both, a little of both. But while Bill was here for the cards and the whiskey, Jane was here for him. He had loved him from afar for years, and now that he was in that wood, she was determined to make him hers. Jane's love for Bill was all-consuming. She followed him everywhere, to the salon, to the gambling tables, even to the stables he kept his horse. He would watch him from the shadows, her heart pounding with every glance he threw her way. He was so close. If only he would notice me. If only he would see how much I love him. To Lady Luck, may she always on my side. I'll make him see me. I'll make him love me, no matter what it takes. I'll make him mine. One night, Jane could bear it no longer. He waited until White Bill stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. And there, under the pale of light of the moon, she poured her heart out to him. Bill, I need to tell you something. I've loved you for as long as I can remember. Every time I see you, my heart feels like it's gonna burst. Jane, I'm flattered, truly, but I'm not the man what you think I am. I'm a gambler and a drifter. I don't have room for love anymore in my life, Jane. But I don't care, Bill. I don't care. I don't care about your past or your trouble. I just want to be with you, Bill. Please give me a change, Bill. I'm sorry, Jane, but I can't give you what you're looking for. You deserve a better man, not a man like me. No, Bill. Jane's heartbreak turned into something darker. Her love for White Bill became an obsession, a madness that consumed her. She began to follow him even more closely, her presence becoming a shadow he couldn't escape. That woman, she's going to be the death of me, He'll see. He'll see. He just need time. He'll realize that I'm the one for him. He has to. One fateful night, Jane's madness reached its peak. He confronted White Bill in the salon, her eyes blazing with a fire that could no longer be contained. Bill, I can't live without you, Bill. If you won't love me, then I'll make sure no one else can have you, Bill. Jane, put the gun down, Jane. This isn't the way. I never wanted this, Jane. I never wanted to hurt you. I'm sorry, Bill. I'm so sorry. God, please forgive me. Jane. Jane's love for Wildbit Hickok was a flame that burned too brightly, consuming everything in its path. In the end, it was not love that won, but madness, and that what a town built on broken dreams claim another soul. So, moral of the story is, love should never be an obsession that consumes one's sense of self. True love is about respect, acceptance, and understanding that sometimes the one we desire may not feel the same. Forcing love or clinging to an illusion can lead to heartbreak, destruction, and even tragedy. In the end, self-worth and inner peace are far more valuable than chasing an unattainable dream. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to meet your idol? To go on a road trip with a celebrity? To step into a reality that feels like it was ripped straight from a dream? Well, let me tell you a story. A story about 4 best friends, 1 unexpected passenger, and a journey that would change their lives forever. This is Stranger Than Fan Fiction. Meet Sam, Mo, Topher, and Joe. They've been inseparable for years, bonded by their shared love of adventure, friendship, and one TV show in particular, Whiz Kids. This wasn't just a show for them. It was the soundtrack of their childhood, the comfort on difficult days, the dream of a world beyond their own. And at the center of it all, Cash Carter, their hero, their idol, the face of everything they admired. But here's where things take a turn. As a joke, just for fun, they sent an invitation to Cash, inviting him on their road trip. They never expect an answer. After all, why would a Hollywood star want to ride cross country with some 4 random fans?
But life, as they're about to learn, is full of surprises. Well. Mind if I tag along? And just like that, their childhood hero is sitting in their car, throwing his back in the trunk, flashing that $1 million smile. This is the dream, right? The ultimate fan experience. But dreams have a funny way of turning into something unexpected. And Cash Carter? He is nothing like the character they grew up idolizing. This isn't real. Cash Carter is in our car. Guys, this is insane. What do we even talk about? Play it cool. Just act normal. Too late. I forgot how to breathe. The first few days are surreal. Cash takes them to places they never would have dared to go. Crashing a wedding, sneaking into a theme park, convincing them to jump into a lake fully clothed in the middle of the night. The energy is electric, like something out of a movie montage. But then, reality creeps in, and with it, the cracks in the perfect fantasy. I don't know if I'm ready for the future. College feels like a giant unknown. What if I'm making a mistake? My parents expect me to be something I'm not. It's like I don't have a choice. I haven't told anyone about this, but I'm gay. I'm afraid of how my parents will react. Everyone thinks I have it all figured out, but I don't. I just don't want to left behind. And then there's Cash, the biggest mystery of all. You guys think being famous means life is easy? It's not. I've spent years pretending to be someone I'm not. But the truth is, this road trip, it's my last chance to feel free. The laughter, the adventure, the fun, it all comes to a screeching halt. Because Cash isn't just along for the ride. He's running from something. And now they have to decide. Do they keep pretending this is just a vacation? Or do they face the truth head on? Wait, what do you mean? You're a Cash Carter. You're invincible. There has to be something you can do, right? That's not fair. You deserve more than this. Then let's make this unforgettable. No regrets. With a new sense of purpose, they push forward. They see the Grand Canyon at sunrise, ride horses through the desert, and even meet a fortune teller who warns them that not all journeys have happy endings. The words linger in their minds, but they don't want to listen to them, and they don't let them ruin the moment. I don't care what some old lady with a crystal ball says. I just want to live while I can. As the road stretches on, the group grows closer. The once awkward silences are replaced with deep conversations. The hesitations fade, replaced by an unspoken understanding. And somewhere along the way, each of them finds something they didn't know they were looking for. Life's too short to care if you look stupid. Just dance. They laugh, they cry, they argue, but most of all, they live. But even the best road trips have an end. And for Cash, the end is coming sooner than anyone is ready for. And then, the inevitable happens. One morning, Cash doesn't wake up as easily as before. His energy is fading. The journey is nearing its end. We should take you to the hospital. No hospitals, no goodbyes, just let's finish this trip. So they do. One last adventure. One last stop at the ocean where Cash had always dreamed of seeing the sunset without cameras, without crowds, just as himself. You guys gave me something I haven't had in years. Real friends. Thank you. They sit together, watching the sun sink below the horizon, knowing this moment is fleeting, but also knowing it will stay forever with them. And then, like all stories, it ends. Cash Carter passes away not long after the trip. His face is on every news channel, every headline. But to Sam, Mo, Topher, and Joe, he wasn't just a celebrity. He was their friend, and his last adventure was theirs too. People think heroes are invincible, but maybe being a hero just means making the most of the time you have. Life doesn't always give you the answer you want, but sometimes the journey itself is the answer. And that's the thing about life. It's stranger than fanfiction. The moral lesson of this story: life is unpredictable, and true growth comes from embracing changes, cherishing friendships, and living without regret. Thank you.
Prairie, where the land stretched endlessly under a sky painted with the hues of the fading sun, stood a modest pioneer home. It was a place of warmth, of hard work, and of love, but also of burdens. Inside, at the folded-up window, stood a young girl named Ellen. She was the eldest daughter, the one who bore the weight of her family's needs with silent endurance. Her hands were rough from endless chores. Her shoulders flung under the responsibility too heavy for her yacht. She never complained, never asked for more, but in the depths of her heart, a whisper of longing stirred. Freedom. A life where she was not the caretaker, not the helper, but simply herself. But life had other plans. One evening, as the wind howled against the wooden walls, her mother, Emma,
Grown, weak, and frail, gathered the family. The fire flickered, casting trembling shadows as they listened. Emma softly whispered, "My dear children, God has blessed us again. A new baby will join in our family soon." A heavy silence. The cracking of the fire is the only sound in the room. Ellen felt her stomach twist. Another baby? More sleepless nights, more work, more weight pressing down on her already. She lifted her gaze to her mother and saw it. The exhaustion in her pale face, weariness in her eyes. And then an unthinkable thought crept into her mind, dark and shameful, like a shadow lurking at the edges of his candle's glow. Ellen steps forward, staring out the imaginary window, her voice barely above a whisper. Ellen whispering, hesitant voice barely audible. "God, if the baby is only going to make things harder, please don't let it live." The weight of the words hangs in the air like a storm about to break. She felt sick the moment the words left her lips. Guilt clawed at her, but the wish has been made, and it could not be taken back. A clock ticks in the silence. The wind howls again, louder this time. Days passed. The house grew quieter, as if holding its breath. Her mother's strength faded further, her steps slower, her voice softer. And then, one night, a cry of pain pierced the silence. The baby was gone. Ellen clenches the sides of her dress, breathes shallow, her eyes wide with horror. Her wish had come true. The baby was gone, and with it, an unbearable weight settled into her chest. She stumbles back, raising a hand to her head, her voice breaking. Ellen whispers, barely able to speak. This is my fault. I pray for this." And after that, she could not sleep, could not eat, and could not meet her mother's sorrowful gaze. The weight of her wish crushed her spirit more than any hardship ever had. The house, once filled with the chatter of course and the warmth of family, became a silent place of mourning. Her mother wept softly in the night. Her father spoke less and less, and Ellen carried the guilt like a millstone around her neck. One evening, as the last remnants of sunlight bled across the sky, she sat alone on the porch,
hugging her knees, trying to silence the storm with. She did not hear her father approach with his hand, strong yet gentle, rest on her shoulder. Ellen's father talked with her softly, followed with a quiet whisper. Ellen, my child, we all carry burdens we do not understand. But God does not ask us to carry them alone. Ellen slowly turns to look at him. And Ellen said, I asked for this. I wish for this. I don't deserve to be forgiven. And her father kneels beside her, his face lined with both grief and kindness. Have you ever seen the fields after a storm? He said. Ellen blinks, confused but not. And her father said, the land doesn't stay broken forever. The rains come, the sun rises again, and the life grows again. Guilt is like the storm. It comes fast and heavy, and it drowns everything in its path. But it does not last forever. And her father brushed a stray strand of her hair from her face, his touch warm and reassuring. And her father said again, forgiveness is like the sunrise after the rain. It doesn't erase the past, but it brings light to the future. And after that, Ellen's breath shudders, her eyes well with tears. After that, something inside her cracked. The tears she had held back spilled first freely as she buried her face into her father's embrace. And in her tears, Ellen said softly, I don't want to feel this way anymore. But in that moment, she realized she did not have to. Forgiveness had always been there. In her family, in her God, and most importantly, within her own heart. Ellen looks up at the sky, as if seeing the stars for the first time in a long while. The night wind whispered through the trees, carrying away her sorrow, replacing it with something lighter. Not forgetfulness, but acceptance. And the moral lesson? We must be careful with the wishes we make in moments of desperation, for they carry consequences we may not be prepared to bear. Guilt and regret can weigh heavily on the soul, but true healing begins when we forgive and allow ourselves to seek forgiveness, not from the others but from within. And that's all from me.
This story takes place in the far future, where humanity has spread out from Earth and established itself among the stars. Titan is an alien planet that is frigid and covered in thick golden clouds. It is located far, far away next to Saturn's magnificent rings. A colony of humanity survives here, far from the birthplace of their ancestors. Under the frozen and methane-rich skies, it is a place where history is created in the quiet of space and where technology keeps life going. Still, it is both familiar and alien. I am Duncan Mackenzie, and let me take you to where it all began. As the scene shifts to the not so long past, where all hope for an heir was lost, leaving only a copy, we see Colin speaking with the doctor. Are you certain, doctor? Is there anything you can do? There is nothing we can do. There is none we can do. You have been exposed to Titan's radiation and its altered gravity, which altered your fertility. It's a miracle for him to stay alive this long. You should be grateful. So that's it. No son, no heir, no offspring. And then Malcolm enters the scene. No! No! No, it's not fair! It's not fair! It's not fair. And so Colin said, what do you plan to do now, son? What we have always done. Another clone. Another exact copy of me and my mind. Another me who isn't me. So it has been decided once more for another clone to be born, an exact copy carrying the exact genes with the same body and with the same mind. And so Duncan was born. I was born. I was not made, not in the warmth of a mother's womb, but in the sterile embrace of science. My father wanted a son, but instead he received a twin he would never meet, a version of himself reborn into a new time. Then, the weight of destiny in Duncan's voice. He spoke. I have always wondered, did he ever see me as a child or just a second chance? Hence, as if Duncan's reflection were granted by the gods of the universe, a chance to discover himself and a place to rediscover himself. Lights flickering, signaling a request from Terra. Earth is requesting a representative from Titan, an indirect message to Duncan, for he is to visit his home planet. A summon? A request for Titan's representative? But why me? Why me? He glances toward a framed image of Malcolm and Colin, a family built on repetition, on legacy, bound to Titan. Yet, Earth is calling. Not long before he said, I must go. Thus, Duncan embarks on a journey unlike any before, not merely across the vast emptiness of space, but into the depths of his own identity. And so the scene shifts, and we see Duncan inside a spacecraft, gazing at Saturn's rings as Titan fades into the distance. We see Duncan speaking to himself. Titan, my birthplace, my prison, my inheritance, and now Earth, a world I have never known, yet one whose soil carries the weight of my ancestors. And then we see Duncan. His voyage is more than a diplomatic duty. It is a confrontation with history, a reckoning with the ghost of his existence. Then we see his arrival at Earth, the overwhelming brightness, the alien air, the gravity pressing against him like an unfamiliar embrace. And so Duncan spoke. So this is where it all began. And so a reception awaits for Duncan. We see politicians, scientists, the elite of Earth, among them an old man, piercing eyes, steps forward. Welcome, Duncan Mackenzie. You carry the legacy of Titan, yet your eyes seek something else. So Duncan spoke, I seek myself. So the old man replied, then perhaps it is not Titan's past you should seek, but Earth's future. And so Duncan walks through the city. Humans, different yet very familiar. The warmth of the sun, the sounds of life, not filtered through machinery. And for the first time, Duncan feels something stir within him. Not duty, not the weight of his legacy, not expectation, but a choice for himself. We see Duncan standing by a river at the sunset, mirroring, reckoning, remembering the maiden hues of Titan. And so Duncan softly, as if realizing it for the first time, I am more than a copy. I am more than what they made me to be. In the vastness of space, we often search origins of the past that shaped us. Yet identity is not merely inheritance, it is the choices we make beyond it. Duncan was created as a reflection, but his journey proves that even a reflection can step forward and mirror and become its own light. And so, beneath the same stars that once bore witness to him, making Duncan Mackenzie takes his first step, not as a clone, not as an heir, but as himself, as human. I am Duncan Mackenzie, and I am a human.
The year was 1846. Nearly 90 pioneers, exactly 87 of families, children, hopeful settlers, gathered their belongings, packed their wagons, and set off for California. They dreamed of a fertile land, new beginnings, and a brighter future. They called themselves the Donner Party. It was supposed to be a journey of hope, a fresh start in a promising land. But the journey west was never easy. It was grueling, unforgiving, and often fatal. For the donor party, the journey becomes something far worse, a nightmare of starvation, suffering, and survival. What started as a hopeful track turned into one of the darkest stories in American history. And it all began with one disastrous decision, a so-called shortcut called Hastings Cutoff. This route promised a faster path to California. It was supposed to save weeks of travel. It was supposed to, but instead, it sealed their fate. The journey started smoothly. The group traveled together, spirits high, wagons full of supplies. They had oxen, horses, brevies, and provisions meant to last the long trip. But as they reached the Great Plains, they faced their first trial. Great salt like desert. It wasn't just a desert, it was a deadly expanse of endless salts, floods, and blinding heat. Water was scarce. The suns beat down on them relentlessly. Their oxen, exhausted and dehydrated, began to collapse. Wagons, weighted down by supplies, sank into the soft, unforgiving sand. They pushed forward anyway. Days dragged into weeks. Supplies dwindled faster than expected. Frustrations and fear began to take hold. Arguments broke out. The group splintered into factions. By the time they reached the Sierra Nevada mountains in late October, winter arrived early and brutally. Snow-blanketed mountains, thick, heavy, drift-built hike, blocking their path forward. The mountains, once a distant goal, were now an easy prize. Trapped and exhausted, the donor party built a makeshift cabin near a frozen lake, hoping to wait out the snow. They slaughtered their remaining oxen for meat, their boiled leather, trying to make it edible. They scrapped whatever they could from the surroundings, and it still wasn't enough. As weeks turned into months, starvation did more than weaken their bodies. It began to unhinge their minds. The human can only endure so much without food. Starvation, it brings more than just a hunger. It brings hallucinations, confusion, and desperations. Some among the group knew staying in the camp meant death. 17 men and women, later known as the Forlorn Hope, made a fateful decision. They would leave the camp on foot, cross the mountains, and seek help. It was a journey over 1,000 miles through deep snow, with no maps, barely any supplies. They wrapped their feet in scraps of clothes and trudged through waist-high snowdrifts. Every step was agony. The cold bit into their skin. Their bodies wasted away. Hunger gnawed at them from the inside. One by one, they fell. Some collapsed for exhaustion. Others simply stopped moving, too weak to go on. The remaining survivors faced a terrible, unthinkable decisions. They had no food, no hope. If they wanted to live, they would have to eat the dead. It was a choice no one wanted to make, but hunger, real starvation, isn't something you fight with willpower. It changes you. They did what they had to do to survive. Back at the camp, those who stayed behind were facing the same nightmare. Children cried from hunger. Parents watched helplessly as their families wasted away. They too eventually faced the same horrific choice: starve or consume the dead. For some, the guilt and horror were too much. Others accepted it as the only way to stay alive. 4 months passed, 4 months of starvation, 4 months of freezing cold, 4 months of horror, waiting for a rest that might never come. Finally, in February 1847, the first rescue party arrived. What they found was behind the comprehension. The survivors were barely recognizable. Gowns, hollow-eyed and skeletal. They stumbled from their shelters. They had endured the unendurable. Of the 87 people who began the journey, only 48 survived. 48, half the party. Mothers, fathers, children, they never made it to California. The rescue team carried the survivors to safety, but their ordeal wasn't over. Rumors spread quickly. Whisper of cannibalism turned into a public horror. Some survivors were shunned by society. Others carried the weight of their choices for the rest of their lives. For the families of those who didn't make it, the truth was unbearable. Their loved ones weren't just lost, they had become part of the nightmare. The donor party became legend, not just for the horror, but for what their story revealed about human nature. It's easy to judge from distance, to say, I will never do that. But starvation is a slow, merciless enemy. It takes more than strength to survive. It takes willpower. It takes sacrifice. And sometimes it takes choices no one should ever have to make. The frontier was unforgiving. For the donor party, the price of survival wasn't just their lives, it was their humanity. The stories, a reminder, their story remains a grim reminder of misplaced trust, ambition, and what it truly meant to survive at any cost. We remember their suffering, not for the horror, but for the lesson it's left behind. We could see how they suffer in these stories, how they try to live even though they did unhuman things. All of it, they did it just so they can survive.
I never thought a family vacations would turn into one of the darker cases of my career. My wife, Troy, our son, Ricky, and I were heading to the south of France for a little time, away from crime, from cases, from the weight of responsibility. But as you'll have known, trouble has a way of finding me, even when I'm not looking for it. It started on the train. We were passing through the French countryside, the kind of landscape that makes you forget about the part of the uglier world. But then I saw it, the jet too, grand all looming over the land like it had secrets to keep, and in one of its windows something caught my eyes. A woman in white. She was struggling. A shadow figure loomed over her, her movements aggressive. Then, just as quickly as I saw it, she was gone. The train moved on. I told myself it was nothing. It just a trick of the light, a private squirrel. But I learned not to ignore my instinct. I felt something cold settle in my chest, the feeling. And I get when I'm about to step into something dangerous. And then, just a minute later, the dangers found us. A woman in our train compartment, Mr. Body. Suddenly, she collapsed. Her face turned pale, her breathing shallow. She needed medical attention immediately. But the closest place, the same Chetao. We had no choice but to bring her there. From the moment we stepped inside, I knew we had made a mistake. The air was too still. The world seems to listen. And the man who greeted us, Mr. Oberens, smiled too much. "Welcome," he said, his voice smooth as glass. "You find our hospitality unique." I didn't like him. I didn't trust him, but I had no proof of anything yet. And all I had, it was a bad feeling. Mr. Body was taken to a room to rest, but something about this place made me uneasy. As I walked through the halls, I noticed odd things. The people, servants, guests, whoever they were, moved too quietly. Their eyes seemed distant, glazed. There were rooms I wasn't allowed to enter. Conversation stopped when I passed. And then, the final straw. Ricky disappeared. One moment, he was playing near the garden. The next, he was gone. Troy's voice ran through the halls. "Ricky! Ricky!" No answers. Panic shot through me like ice. I'd faced criminals, killers, madmen, but nothing compared to the terror of not knowing where my own son was. I searched the Chetao, room by room. I questioned everyone. Oberon was no longer smiling. "There's no need to panic," he said smoothly. "Children wander off. I'm sure he'll turn up." I wasn't sure of anything anymore. Then I found the passageway. A hidden door, tucked behind a tapestry. It led downward into the dark, and I knew, in my gut, that my son was down there. I wasn't alone in this. A local officer, Mr. Dupont, had already been investigating rumors about the Chetao, drug trafficking, strange gatherings, people who came in but never come out. Together, we account for the truth. Oberens wasn't just some eccentric aristocrat. He was the leader of a cult, the Children of the Sun. And Ricky? They were going to sacrifice him. We had no time to waste. We stormed the underground chamber. Just as the ceremony was beginning, candles flickered. The air smelled of incense, and something followed. Figures in long robes stood in a circle, chanting. And at the center, Ricky. He was bound, eyes wide with fear. O'Brien stoops above him, arm raised. Tonight the sun shall rise, and the child shall be reborn in its light. I didn't wait for him to finish. The door crashed open. Chaos erupted. Cultists scattered. Some running, some fighting. I didn't care about them. I only cared about getting to my son. A shove passed two men, knocking one to the ground. A shot rang out. I didn't stop. Then I reached him. Daddy! Ricky sobbed. I tore the ropes off him, pulling him into my arms, just as Troy rushed in, tears streaming down her face. She held him so tightly. I thought she would never let him go. And then Oberon lunged at me. He moved fast, too fast for a woman, for a man who was supposed to be above violence. He swung something, a blade, a ceremonial dagger. I dodged, barely. I hit him once, twice. He staggered, but he was still smiling. You think this is over? He whispered. And then, before I could stop him, he ran. We caught most of the cult members that night. The operations was dismantled. The Chitao was searched from top to bottom, but Oberon's, he vanished into the night. Later, as we boarded the train home, I looked back one last time at that cursed Chitao. Now, these are silhouettes against the rising sun. Some cases stay with you forever, and this one of them. And I knew then, evil doesn't always wear a monster face. Sometimes it wears a smile. But no matter how dark the night, the sun always rises. As long as there's something worth fighting for, the light will always win.
Oh, hi! Would you like to hear a story about a journalist who dreamed something bigger? Who always wanted to achieve success and get out of his comfort zone? So, once upon a time, in the heart of Fleet Street, there was a man named John Dyson. John was a journalist, not the kind who uncovered great scandals or reported from the front lines of war. No. He worked in the features department of a newspaper, buried beneath crossword puzzles and thought for the day columns. But in his heart, John dreamed of something greater. One day, I will become famous. One day I will have a personality of a famous television. My name will be spoken across the newsroom. My face will know in every country. No more crossword puzzles, no more dull columns, just prestige, money, respect, and a life of success. But the fleet street had a way of swallowing his dream. The newsroom was filled with the smell of ink, the cigarette smoke, and the typewriters clacking away with stories that never truly change. Doyson, the crossword is late again. Do you think papers wrote themselves? Crossword, my legacy. One day, fate finally gave him a chance. A television producer. Yes, an actual producer called John and invited him to be a guest on a panel show. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for since he was a baby. Yes, absolutely. I'd be delighted. No, I'm quite an expert on the subject. Television, fame, recognition. Finally, the world will see John Dyson for who he truly is. Wait a minute. Wait a single minute. What exactly is the topic? Philosophy, literature, politics. Oh dear. But there was no time to worry. The day arrived, and John found himself under the bright, unforgiving television light. But then the camera rolled, the audience hushed, and the panelists began their discussion. And John? He had no idea what was happening. And the host turned to him. And what are your thoughts, Mr. Dyson? Well, you see, the interesting thing about the, that is, John had missed his moment. Minute passed. The discussion ended. The credits rolled. And just like that, his big break slipped through his fingers. The next morning, he walked into the newsroom where nothing had changed. The crossword puzzle still awaited him. fame, he realized, was not as simple as he imagined. But maybe, just maybe, there was something incredibly worthwhile in the quiet world of newspapers. After all, maybe there was a chance in the uninteresting world he lived in. Maybe there was something in his monotonous world he just had to look at that he might be missed. Or maybe one day I'll just try again. That was it. That is the story of John Dyson, the journalist. So, what is the moral of the story? Well, success, as we know, isn't always what we imagine, but meaning can be found in unexpected places. And as John Dyson, who always craved something bigger, it's not wrong, but it is eventually but it is a need to take a breath sometimes. Because as Professor Dumbledore said in a Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, happiness can be found even in the darkest of time, if one only remember to turn on the light.
Okay, my name is Muhammad Halis Pratamputra. Here I want to start telling about novel Dunuzaya by Frank Herbert. Beneath the dusty sky of Arrakis, amidst the endless sea of sand, stands an empire built upon the legend of man. His name, Paul Atreides, Muad'Dib, Parisa Emperor. Yet, behind his glorious throne, the shadow of fate loomed ever closer. Within his grand palace, Paul sits upon his throne, his pale blue eyes gazing far ahead, as if witnessing something beyond the reach of the ordinary man. The walls seem to close in around him, the distant hum of the desert winds echoing the turbulence within his mind. The throne beneath him, though majestic, feel like burden rather than a seat of power. I see a million of paths in my future, and in nearly all of them, ruins await me. This empire, the jihad I have led, is that the price I must pay for my vision? The sand whispering secret I cannot ignore, and yet, am I their master or their slave? Must I let my dream consume me? Beside me, Chani, his beloved wife, watch him with deep concern. The soft glow of his spice lamps cast shadow on her face, highlighting the worry in her eyes. She reached out, placing a hand on his. Paul, you are not just an emperor, you are a man. Do not let your vision blind your heart. The future is not yet written. No matter what you see, you must trust yourself beyond what the spice reveals. But danger arises from every corner. The clerk show, the Ben Gesserit, and even the noble house that once swore against now wave their plots against him. In the halls of Arakin, silent figure walk in hidden corridor, speaking in hidden tones of treachery and rebellion. A Gola named Hyde, a recognition of his mentor, Duncan Idalus, arise as a gift, or perhaps as a weapon. His eyes, metallic and lifeless, seem pierced through Paul's eyes. I am the past return, Paul. I am Duncan, yet not entirely. I am have no memory, but I am here to test you. Would you trust a shadow of what was, or do you see only what the desert wills you to see? Have you become lost in your own prophecy? Paul studies him for long moments, realizing that this is not only a test for loyalty, but test for himself. Outside, the freemen begin to murmur doubt, their faith shaken by the change Paul has brought. The once proud warriors of the desert question the path of their Muad'Dib. Have they traded their freedom for servitude beneath an empire of their own making? Have they lost the essence of what it means to be free men? Muad'Dib, the desert speak, and its word trouble me. The freemen followed you into battle, but now they ask, is that the future we fought for? Do we still walk the sand as warrior? We have become the thing we once despised. Paul does not answer immediately. The burden in his chest grows heavier. In the corridor of power, enemy move within the shadows, their dagger hidden behind false smile. The echoes of the Bene Gesserit weave through these halls, their influence a web Paul cannot fully entangle. An emperor must have an heir, Paul. Without the necessary successor, this throne will crumble. Will you let your love for Chani destroy everything? Or will you accept that duty must stand above desire? The bloodline of House Atreides must endure. Paul's hands clenched upon the arms of his throne. He was seen this argument before in his vision. Now, the pressure placed upon him, the expectation that crawled around his feet like a desert snake ready to strike. The guide watch, the Lancerit conspires, even the Bene Gesserit, with their quiet manipulation, seek to mold his destiny to their will. And yet, beyond all of them, something else lurks, a force even he cannot fully understand, something beyond time, beyond presence. Fate is a chain swept that behind me. If I resist it, this empire will fall. If I follow it, I will lose myself. And yet, do I have a choice? The spies flow, the sands shift, and I remain trapped within their endless dance. If I turn away, the jihad may only burn brighter. If I embrace it, what remains of me in the end? The desert beyond the palace looms vast and eternal. The wind carrying whisper and last voice, the echoes of past calls to him. Yet the future loom ever uncertain, is stained on precious of decision. In war that will after the course of history forever, The path ahead is shrouded in shadows, and in the distance, a storm begins to rise, even dance as of Arrakis. Paul closed his eyes for a moment, hearing the voice of his father in his mind. The legend of Duke Leot echoing through tune. A leader is not someone who seeks power, Paul. A leader carries the burden of those who follow. Power is the most dangerous poison when wielded without purpose. Paul opened his eyes. The golden hue of spice vision glowing dimly. The storm in the desert mirrors the storm within him. He must choose, he must act. The fate of Arrakis, of the universe itself, hang in the palm balance in the deep of the desert, where the sand remember all things, the future wait to be written. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you. See you.
Before there was Lolita, before there was obsession, there was a boy. A boy who loved a girl. Or so he believed. She was Annabelle, my first love. We were young, reckless, inseparable. There, by the waves of the Mediterranean, we kissed under the golden sun. And then she died, just like that, taken from me. And so I remained, longing, waiting. But was it love? Or was it only desire, frozen in time, never allowed to fade? Humbert never moved past that summer, never let go of that feeling. Instead, he began to chase ghosts. And in time, his mind twisted that lost moment into something sacred. Years passed. Humbert traveled. He drifted between places, between lovers, but nothing satisfied him. Women were too old, too experienced, too real. Then he crossed the ocean. Ah, America, the land of endless possibilities, and perhaps the land where I might find her again, my Annabelle reborn. He wandered through cities, through towns, searching without knowing what he was searching for. And then fate intervened. A widow, a room for rent, a new beginning. Her name was Charlotte Hayes. Oh, Mr. Humbert, I do hope you'll find our home comfortable. It's a quiet place, really. Just my daughter and me. You must meet her. Humbert considered the woman. She was talkative, desperate, and yet she offered him something he had not yet realized he needed. Then she saw her, barefoot in the grass, sucking a lollipop, her dress slightly wrinkled for an afternoon in the sun, auburn hair that caught light just so, green eyes, too sharp for her age, a lazy smirk playing on her lips. Dolores, but no, she is more than that. She is Lolita. She was 12 years old. Humbert tells us his story in beautiful words, drenched in poetry, but beneath them lies a truth he will never admit. To him, she was a dream, a reincarnation of something lost. But Lolita, Dolores, was not a ghost, not a fantasy. She was a child. Yet Humbert watched. He memorized her movements, the way she played with her food, the way she lay on the couch, flipping through a magazine, the way she would run her fingers through her tangled hair in frustration. And each of these moments he hoarded like a thief collecting stolen gems. She knows what she did to me. She teases, she plays. But did she? Or is that the lie he told himself to justify the dark tide pulling him under? One afternoon, as the sun streamed through the curtains, she stretched out on the lawn chair, yawning, her sundress slipping slightly from her shoulder. My nymphet. And Charlotte? She saw none of it. To her, Humbert was a refined European intelligent, a perfect match. She laughed at his jokes, hung on his words, mistook his distracted smile for affection. And Humbert, he saw her only as an obstacle, a necessary inconvenience. If I marry Charlotte, I can stay close to her. And so, the plan was set. One day, Charlotte Hayes would become Charlotte Humbert, and Lolita, she would be within his reach. And so, it happened. A wedding, with a woman blissfully unaware of the danger in her own home, and with a man waiting, watching for the perfect moment to take what was never his to take. A widow, lonely and eager. A man mysterious and charming. To Charlotte Hayes, Humbert was everything she had been waiting for. Oh, Mr. Humbert, just imagine the two of us discussing literature over tea, reading poetry in the evening. A proper household, a refined home. Yes, Charlotte, a home, a future together. And Humbert, he listened, he nodded, he smiled, but his mind was elsewhere. Lies wrapped in silk, promises never meant to be kept. Charlotte saw only what she wished to see. She mistook his silence for thoughtfulness, his distance for European sophistication. She was blind to his disinterest, his discomfort. You do love me, do you, my dear Charlotte? Of course I do. Charlotte glowed with happiness, walking arm in arm with the man she believed to be her perfect match. Oh, Hum, we should host a dinner. The neighbors will die of envy. Yes, of course, my dear. But to Humbert, it was not a marriage. It was a strategy, a necessary step. He moved into Charlotte's home, taking place as a husband, and more importantly, as Lolita's stepfather. And yet, fate was cruel. Lolita was sent away to summer camp. 2 months without her. 2 months of enduring Charlotte's shatter, her demands, her touch. Darling, you never kiss me properly. You're always so distant. Forgive me, my dear, the European temperament, you see. reserved, thoughtful. But Charlotte was not a fool. Not entirely, at least. She sensed something, some hesitation, some wall between them that she could not break through. One evening, as they sat in the dim glow of the living room, Charlotte tried once more. "Do you desire me, hon?" "My dear, of course I do." But his eyes betray him. He does not look at her. He never looks at her. Then, one evening, Charlotte made a decision, a desperate one. She sat, pen trembling in her fingers, and poured out her heart. "My dearest, my love, I cannot bear to feel like a stranger in my own marriage. But if you do not love me, if I am nothing but an inconvenience to you, tell me, and I will leave. But if you do, if there is even a shred of affection in your heart for me, show me, prove it to me." He left a letter on his desk, and Humbert, he read it. He folded neatly, and he set it aside. He would say what needed to be said, do what needed to be done. He could not lose this house, this arrangement, this proximity to her. That night, for the first time, he pulled Charlotte close and kissed her like a husband should. The illusion holds for now. And then, one day, Charlotte made another discovery. A small notebook hidden in his desk drawer. She opened it, read, and there, in his own words, she found the truth. "She's the light of my life, my obsession. If only her mother would..." "Oh, God, Master, he never loved me. He never wanted me. It was her all along." Charlotte had been a fool. She ran out the door into the street. The sound of tires screeching, a scream, then nothing. Charlotte Hayes was gone. And Humbert, he did not weep. He did not fall to his knees in grief. Instead, he sat, calm, calculating. His hands trembled, but not from sorrow. And then, the realization. He was now the legal guardian of Dolores Hayes. A girl, 12 years old, awoke in a car. The world outside was unfamiliar. Blurred motels, gas stations, endless roads. Beside her sat a man. Not a stranger, not a father. Something in between. Where are we? A new start, my love. Just you and me. She had fallen asleep in one town, woken up in another. Home was gone. Her mother was gone. And Humbert was all she had left. Motel to motel, town to town. The world saw a father and a daughter. But inside those rooms, behind those locked doors, something else lived. Another townhome, another motel, anywhere you wish, my love. But It was not love. It was control. She was given dresses, candies, trinkets. He called them gifts. But they were not gifts. They were chains, wrapped in silk. Lolita was clever. She learned quickly. She learned to smile when she wanted to scream, to laugh when she wanted to cry, to play along. She learned that a well-placed joke could keep him happy, that obedience meant freedom, even if only for a moment. "Oh, Hum, let's stop for ice cream, please." And for a moment, she was just a girl again, sitting at a diner counter, swinging her legs as she licked at a melting cone. But then, the car door clicked shut. The door stretched endlessly ahead. And she remembered there was no home to return to. Then one day, something changed. She saw him, a man, always in the distance, watching. He appeared in gas stations, on sidewalks, near motels, a shadow in the corner of her vision. And for the first time, she dared to hope. But Humbert noticed too. Someone's following us. Stay close, Lou. The road stretched on. The man drew nearer. Then one night, he was gone. And with him, Lolita's last chance at escape. Time passed. The road continued. Lolita no longer laughed, no longer begged for treats. She only stared out the window, watching the world blur by. How long will this go on? Forever, my darling. And for the first time, Lolita understood. She was not his love. She was his prisoner. But even prisoners find a way to escape. And so she waited for the right moment, for the right town, for the right men to trust. And then, one day, she was gone. He searched. He drove through towns with no names, past motels that blurred together. Lolita was gone, and with her, his reason for being. She'll come back. She has to. She belongs to me. But the world did not wait for Humbert. His perfect illusion had cracked. He wandered through empty streets, questioning strangers, a school teacher, a motel clerk, a gas station attendant, asking for a 15-year-old girl, auburn hair, freckles, have you seen her? But he was always answered with a shake of the head. Time passed, seasons changed, and Humbert, once a man of control, became something else. A ghost. A girl, no, a young woman now, stood on the doorstep of an unfamiliar home. In her arms, a bundle of groceries, and in her belly, a child yet to be born. She was not Dolores Hayes, the girl lost on the road. She was not Lolita, the name he had given her. She was something else, something new. She was Dolores. She had married, not for love, not for romance, but for safety. Dick's killer was kind. He did not ask questions. He did not know her past. And Lolita, Dolores, was grateful. But the past has a way of finding you. One morning, as she sat by the window, a letter arrived. My dearest Lo, I have nothing left, only you. I do not ask for love nor forgiveness, only to see you one last time. She stared at the words, her heart hammering. For so long he had controlled her. Even now, in ink, in words, he reached for her. And for the first time, she made a choice. She would see him. Not because she missed him. Not because she loved him. But because she would end this. At a small cafe, a gray morning, Lolita sits across from Humbert, older now, his face hollow, his hands shaking. Lolita, my name is Dolores. For the first time, he saw her, not as his nymphet, not as his obsession, but as a woman he had ruined. I can take care of you, you and your child. We can be a family. No, never. I want nothing from you, and you are nothing to me. She stood, she left, and Humbert, the man who had once thought himself a god, sat alone. And one night, he found a name, a whisper in the wind. Claire Quilty, a man, a rider, a shadow who had always been watching, the one who had taken Lolita away. Well, well, the infamous Humbert. To what do I owe you the pleasure? A confrontation, a reckoning. Humbert saw in Quilty a reflection of himself, a predator draped in charm, and he could not bear it. You stole her from me. Did I? Or did she run? Claire Quilty fell, and Humbert walked away, his hands trembling. He knew then he had lost everything. He had nothing left but words. No more road trips, no more motels, no more stolen glances in summer light. Only ink and regret. I see her now, my Lolita. Her laughter in the wind, the sunlight in her hair. But she's not here. She was never mine. He wrote as if she could hate him, as if words could undo the past. But words are only echoes, and ghosts do not listen. For years, he had shaped the story, bending it to fit his fantasy. But in the silence of his cell, the truth clawed its way through. I did not love her. I destroyed her. The man who once called himself a poet, a lover, now saw himself for what he truly was. A thief, a monster. He did not last long. One day, the guards found him slumped over his desk, the pages of his confession scattered like fallen leaves. A heart attack, they said. But perhaps it was the weight of his own story that crushed him. He was gone, but his story remained, printed, bound, passed from hand to hand. Some read it as poetry. Some read it as horror. Some did not know what to think at all. But Lolita's story was not his to tell. because Lolita was never just a name in the book. She was a girl. She was Dolores. Lolita is not a love story. It is not a romance. It is a tragedy, a warning. Humbert, in his own words, tries to make us believe in his love. He speaks with poetry, with beauty, with longing. But beneath his words lies the truth. Obsession is not love. Control is not affection. And his actions were never justified. Dolores Hayes, Lolita, was not his muse, not his fantasy, not his to claim. She was a child who never had the chance to be just that, a child. And so the moral of the story is clear. Be wary of the beautiful lies that mask terrible truths. Be vigilant against those who twist their desires into justification. And most importantly, listen to the voices that were never given the chance to speak. For in the end, Humbert's story is one of guilt, destruction, and regret. But Lolita, she was never his story to tell.
They didn't hang people anymore. That was Charlie's first thought as she stood there watching the man dig. It had been 40 years of silence, of believing the past was buried, but now here they were, digging it up. And then someone shouted, "Hey, we found something!" A headline would follow soon after. Grisly find at Penmaddock. Bulldozer uncovers 2 skeletons and a fortune in shredded treasury note. Charlie knew what they would find next. He knew where it would lead. Back to him. But to understand how we got here, we have to go back. 1929, a new beginning. Charlie arrived in a Penmaddock with a job at Cadwallader's bank and a future he hadn't quite figured out. "Charlie, you made it! Penmaddock's not much, but you'll fit right in. Just don't let my father boss you around." Cadwallader's is more than a bank. It's a family. We trust each other. That's how we keep things running. Trust. Right. Charlie played along. A job was a job. But trust, that was something he had no intention of keeping. Especially not after he met Delphine. Delphine was different. She wasn't like the others in Penmaddock. She had ambition. And she saw something in Charlie. You're wasting your talent, Charlie. A clever mind like yours, you should be rich. And how do I exactly do that? It's not stealing, okay? It's just redistribution, okay? The worst part, it was a good plan. The night of the job, Charlie's hands didn't shake, not once. He was ready. The vote was theirs. You did great, Charlie. But we don't need you anymore. Wait, what? But we had a deal. Things change. But Beppo never made it out of that bank. We have to leave now. I'm staying. They'll catch you. They won't. I know how to survive. Charlie ran. He buried it all. The money, the truth, and Beppo. And for a while, it worked.
Decades passed, the world moved on. Charlie moved on also, until the digging started.
Hey, we found something!
The past never stays buried. Charlie thought he could run from what he had done. That time would erase the truth. But time does not forgive, it only waits. This is the cost of greed, of betrayal, of believing you can outsmart fate. Every choice leaves a mark. Every secret is a weight carried on your back. You can bury a body, you can hide the truth, but one day, someone will start digging. And when they do, will you be ready to face what they find?
How the West was won by Louis L'Amour. The West. It was more than a place on the map. It was a promise of land, of freedom, of a future carved from wild earth by the hands of those bold enough to take it. The story belongs to the Prescott family, ordinary people who became legends. They crossed rivers, climbed land, and lived through storms, wars, and heartbreak. Their story is the story of how the West was truly won. It began with a river in the wide and restless Ohio. The Prescott stood on its muddy banks, looking west. Zebulon Prescott, gazing across the wide water. That there is the gateway, Rebecca, the start of everything. Rebecca Prescott quietly gripping her soul. Star maybe, but not telling where it ends. Their two daughters stood beside them. Eva and Ahern rode inland and Lilith, wild and hungry for the unknown. Lilith, raining. Let's go already. The West ain't waiting for us. Eva, claim calmly, running around through her soul at her feet. It will wait. The land's got more patience than we do. The Ohio River was a highway to the frontier. They went around, lashed logs together, and set off, trusting themselves to the current. The river was no gentle quiet. It swept them past forests thick with mist, past trader camps where trail rope men battled for furs, past unseen dangers hiding just beyond the trees. Rebecca holding onto a rope as the raft walked. Zebulon, the currents getting stronger. Zebulon gritting his teeth as his steedle dragged. Ain't nothing we can handle. Just hold on like. They lost supplies to the weather. They lost sleep because of the cold. But they held on. When the river gave them back dry land, they stood at the edge of the great plains, a sea of grass stretching further than any of them had ever dreamed. Zebulon surveying the land, nodding. Here, this is where we make our stand. The earth was rich, wrapped with promise. Even knelt in it, imagining fields of wine, apple orchard heavy with fruit. Eva, softly running the soil through her fingers. Feels good, feels right. But Lilith, her gaze lifted past the horizon. The land was too still for her. Lilith smirking, quiet. I want her something beside the wine. They built a cabin from logs and sod. Their only shelter against prairie storms and the bitter wind that swept down from the north. Sometimes for the darkness, the sound readers, comments, first and silent, watching from the hills. Rebecca whispering to Zebulon, "They are out there again." Zebulon watching the people on horseback. "They know this land better than we ever will. Just keep your people close." The Prescotts worked hard and learned fast. The folk prairie friars with buckets and prayers. They hunted game and traded with passing trappers. They became this land strong, weathered railroads. Years passed, and the Prescott daughter grew into woman. Eva found her place in soil. Her hands rolled from planting herbs. Eva smiling as she expected a start of wheat. "Told you the land would wide, but Lilith she wasn't made for planting." Lilith packing her saddlebag, adjusting her head. "This ain't for me, Eva. There's blood out west, town springing up overnight. I'm going." Eva, looking at her sister's sadness in her eyes. "And what if you don't come back?" Lilith grinding. "Then you'll know I found something worth fighting for." Lilith packed her things and rode west alone, leaving her family behind. Then came war. The Civil War, a storm that tore the nation apart in the east. Brothers fought brothers, while in the west the fight was for land, for railroads, for power. The railroads come first as whispered. Iron track light across the plains promised that the wilderness would be tamed. Zebulon watching men hovering down the rail. "Well, there it is, ain't nothing stop it now." Even nodding solemnly. "Just don't ask permission, Pa." With the riot crime bound tones, wild blaze were loud just what it was in this town that Lilith met her name. In the smoky glow of silence, she learned to play cards with the best of them, to talk fast and shoot faster. Lilith smirking as she shuffled off deck of cards. "I'm about luck, boys. It's about knowing her when to fall." While Lilith chased fortune ever held the land. Through drought and flood, through planting and harvest, through the burying of her parents and the birth of her children, the land saved her and she saved it in return. Even standing on the porch looking over her field, "This is home, always has been." The west changed with every year. The buffalo herd thinned. The comments were pushed further south, and the settlers came in endless waves. They saw it all from the road, the rise and fall of mining camps, the fortune made and lost. Lilith wowing, whiskey in hand, and saw out her who don't have a story, some just and quicker than others. Eva saw it all from her porch, the first love furrow, the first schoolhouse, the first church bell ringing across the plains. Eva tucking her son into bed. "You listen to the land, boy. I'll take care if you take care of it." In time, the railroad stretched from coast to coast. The west was no longer frontier, it was settled, map and climb. I thought the story of the press had become part of something larger. The story of how the West was won. It was not won by guns alone, though there were plenty of those. It was not won by outlaw or lawmen, though both left their mark. The West was won by families like the Prescotts, by women who held the land through drought and war, by men who built with their hands and fought with their hearts, by dreamers of state and the restless souls who kept moving west, or chasing the horizon. This then is how the West was won, with courage and sacrifice, with dreams and hard earth, with roads planned deep and horizon just point. And through it all, the land remembers, because the land is the only thing that truly lost.
It was a dark and stormy night. The wind rattled the windows, and the trees bent and swayed as a whispering secret to the night. In the attic bedroom of a small house, a girl sat curled up in her blanket, staring out into the storm. This was Meg and Mary, brilliant yet misunderstood, a fierce yet afraid. But tonight, something far greater than a storm was brewing. Something that would take her beyond space and time itself. Downstairs, her little brother, Charles Willis, was awake. He was not like the other children because he saw the world differently, as if he knew secrets hidden between the folds of time. Meg, someone is coming tonight. Someone's important. The visitors. Oh, what a dreadful night for a walk. But I do love a good storm. Who are you? Why are you here? Don't worry, Meg. She's a friend. A woman wrapped in layers of scarves and colors stood in their doorway. Her eyes twinkled with mischief and mystery. Says Mrs. Watson. I have news for you, a dear girl. Your father didn't just disappear. He is trapped, and the only way to save him is to tesserate. A tesseract, a wrinkle in time, is a way to travel through space in the blink of an eye. Meg's heart pounded. Her father had spoken of this before he disappeared. The journey begins. The next day, Meg, Charles Willis, and their friend Coffin Loyal. Coffin is a kind heart that Coffin found himself led by Mrs. Watson and her companions, the wise Mrs. Who and the ancient Mrs. Witch. They stood together in an open field, wine rushing around them. You will travel beyond the stars. But, but how can? Mrs. Wood said, through a winkle in time, darling. Just close your eyes and let go of your fear. The air twisted, the sky bent, and the blink of an eye. The children were no longer on earth. The light and the darkness. They arrived on Uriel, a planet of golden fields and towering mountains. The air is shimmered with light, and creatures of pure beauty soar through the sky, singing melodies that echo in the soul. What was that? This is incredible, Mac. It's a wonderful place. But not all as well as they looked toward the horizon. They saw it a shadow, thick and pulsing, creeping across the sky. It's a dark thing. It spreads across the universe, consuming planets, devouring hope, and your father is trapped within its grasp. Then we have to find him, my father. And then, Camazotz, the world of control. They arrive on Camazotz, a planet of eerie perfection. The streets were identical, the houses line up in exact symmetry, and the people, they move as one, spoke as one, as if controlled by a single mind. Something is wrong here. They lead to the Central Intelligence Building, where IT, a massive, pulsating brain, ruled. Its power was absolute, bending minds to its will. You are tired. Let me think of you. No, Meg, IT is right. There is no pain when you stop resisting. No, Charles, fight it. But IT grip was strong. Charles Wallace, her brilliant, fearless brother, was slipping away. The power of love. And then Meg saw him, her father, trapped behind a wall full of energy. He looked weak, but his eyes lit up when he saw her. I thought you were gonna go forever, Dad. Meg, you have to be strong, girl. With all her strength, Meg and Cousin Fred, her father. But Charles Wallace was still under IT spell. You cannot win, Meg. You're weak. And then Meg understood. IT didn't know love. IT could control minds, but not hearts. Charles Wallace, I love you. I love you more than anything in the world, more than anything in the universe. Come back to me, Charles. Love, a force IT could not comprehend, a force stronger than fear, stronger than the darkness. Meg? Are you here, Meg? The darkness circled as its grip shattered. Light erupted around it, and in an instant, they were home. Home again. They landed back in their backyard. The wine was still. The morning sun golden. Meg turned to see her father really there. Her father really home. We did it! We did it, guys! Yeah, we did it, Meg! And so, Meg learned the greatest truth. Intelligence could be outmatched. Strength could be overpowered. But love was the one thing that could never be defeated. It was what saved her brother. It was what brought her father home. And in the vast, infinite universe, love would always be the light that drove away the dark. The end. And for moral lessons, in a world that often values power and control, it is love that truly transforms. Love is not weakness. It's the greatest strength of all. It is what makes us humans, what gives us courage, and what allows us to fight even the darkest force us. No matter how lost we feel, love will always guide us to home.
An antique house with windows that looked like watching eyes stood suddenly in the middle of Chicago. Frank Lloyd Wright, the renowned architect, created the Ruby House, which was full of mysteries just waiting to be discovered. Calder, Petra, and Tommy, three young investigators, were enmeshed in mystery that would permanently alter their friendship. The sound of pages flipping and whispering filled the classroom. In front of the chalkboard, the instructor, Miss Hasse, is writing the name Frank Lloyd Wright. Miss Hasse says, "Students, today we will discuss and intriguing the topic, the Ruby House. Frank Lloyd Wright created this iconic structure, which will shortly be demolished. Is that the appropriate choice too? What if the house is attempting to communicate with us?" The pupils look at each other with interest. Tommy, Petra, and Calder sat together. Their curiosity piqued. Whispering, Tommy says, a house attempting to convey a message to us. It sounds like a paranormal tale. Or maybe it's a puzzle waiting to be solved, Petra said carefully. Calder says, if it's a puzzle, then we have to figure it out before it's too late. The three pals exchange a resolute glance. The Robbie House mystery has started. Calder, Petra, and Tommy passed the Robbie house that afternoon. Its brick walls are sturdy and silent. Through the trees, the breeze murmurs. Tommy says, okay, if we're going to save this house, we need to find out what makes it special. As they approach, Petra notices an old note floating in the breeze close to a window. She picks it up and reads it out loud. Petra says, the key is numbers. See where the architect's heart is most active. And Calder said, numbers? Could it be something hidden in Wright's designs? Excitement and intrigue permeate the air as they gaze at one another. A shadow passes behind one of the windows at that moment. They are being observed by someone. That evening, the three of them used flashlight to sneak back to the house. The Robbie house feels alive with mysteries as the city sleeps. Tommy says, are we really doing this? He whispered, invading a well-known residence. Calder says, we're not breaking in, we're investigating. Carefully, they pry open a loose window and enter. The walls appear to murmur around them, and the air is heavy with dust. Petra said, this place, it feels like it's waiting for us. Calder illuminates the wooden walls with his flashlight, exposing an ancient code consisting of a series of numerals etched onto the wall. With his pentaminus in hand, he moves the letters to reveal a message. Calder said, save the house, it hurts. The light conceals the hurt. What does that mean? Asked Tommy. At that moment, something glinting in the corner is seen by the flashlight. A secret compartment in the wall. Petra said, observe, something inside. When they open it, they discover design, plans, and a letter that is signed by Frank Lloyd Wright. It displays a long-forgotten blueprint intended to keep the house intact. Excited and out of breath, The three of them dashed to Miss Hussey's classroom the following day. They triumphantly displayed the letter. Caller said, "Hey, Miss Hussey, something that can save the Rogi house has been discovered." Miss Hussey's eyes enlarged as she reads the letter. The class assembles and listens in wonder. Miss Hussey said, "This is really amazing. This has the potential to transform everything." Mrs. Hussey is so excited. As word gets out, historians and architects who are astounded by the discovery soon arrive. Thanks to three tenacious friends, the Rogi house is now a protected landmark and is no longer in danger of being destroyed. The Rogi house endured not only because to its architecture, but also to the people who trusted its staying. Tony, Petra, and Calder discovered that history is about what we decide to preserve for the future, not simply about the past. So, the point is, some things are worth saving, and sometimes the biggest mysteries are hidden in the places we least expect. That's all the story for me. Thank you for watching. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, my name is Risma Mutia and today I would like to tell you a very great story. But first of all, I want to ask you, have you ever imagined living in a small house deep in the woods, far from cities, far from schools, and far from stores? Well, today I'm going to take you back to the 1870s, when a little girl named Laura Ingalls lived in such a place. This story comes from the book Little House in the Big Wood by Laura Ingalls Wheeler, based on her real-life childhood. It's a story about survival, adventures, and family love. Are you ready? Great! So, let me begin the story. In the middle of a deep, dark wood stood a little wooden house. This was where Laura lived with her father, Pa, her mother, Ma, her older sister, Mary, and her baby sister, Carrie. Life was very different back then. Instead of going to store to buy food, Pa had to hunt in the wood. Instead of flipping a switch for light, Ma made candles by hand. And instead of watching TV or playing video games, Laura and Mary found joy in simple things like running to the meadow, playing homemade dolls, and listening to past fiddle playing at night. But life in the wood was not always peaceful. One night, Laura was laying in the bed when she heard a deep growling sound outside. Her heart pounded. "Mary, did you hear that?" Laura whispered. "Yes, it sounds like a bear," Mary whispered back. Bob quickly grabbed his gun and walked toward the door. He peeked outside. And suddenly he laughed. "It's not a bear, girls. It's just our old cow standing in the shadows." Laura and Mary sit in real life, but deep down, because Laura knew the real bears were out there in the woods, and she was glad Pa was always there to keep them safe. As the day grew shorter, the cold winter winds began to blow. Snowflakes danced in the air, covering the ground in the thick white blanket. Soon, the little house was surrounded by nothing but ice and snow. Laura and her family had to stay inside for weeks, but they were never bored. Ma taught them how to save warm clothes. They made dolls out of leftover fabric, and best of all, every night Pa played his fiddle by fire, filling the house with music and joy. One day, after a hot snowstorm, Pa took Laura and Mary outside. "Come on, girls, let's build a snowman." "We are coming, Pa!" And then they ran, laughing and rolling into big balls, staking them high. But just as they finished, whoosh! A gust of wind blew the head off the snowman's hat and sent it flying. "Come on, catch it, Mary, catch it! I'm trying!" They finally catch it. But they were so cold that their nose turned red as apple. So Ma quickly brought them inside, wrapped them in a blanket, and gave them whole milk. "Drink up, my dears. This will warm you right up." Nothing ever tastes so good. Thank you, Ma. But winter was not all about being stuck inside. Yup, the best part was the winter festival at Grandma and Grandpa's house. Every year, the whole family traveled through the snow in the big sleigh and wrapped in thin blanket. The horse trod through the frosty air, their bells jingling. "I see Grandpa's house! We are here!" Laura was so excited. Inside, the house was filled with laughter and delicious milk. There were warm pies, roasted meat, and Laura's favorite, maple syrup candy. "Come on, children, it's time to make the maple syrup candy," Grandma said. And Do you know how they made it? They took fresh snow, poured hot maple syrup on top, and watched it harden into sweet golden candy. Crunch! It melted in Laura's mouth, warm and sugary. This is the best candy ever, Laura said. After dinner, everyone danced while Grandpa played the fiddle. Laura spun a circle, holding hands with Mary, her feet flapping to the rhythm, and she felt like she was floating. And she imagined that this night was never ending. Laura's life in the big wood was full of adventure, but most of all, it was full of love. Even though times were hard, she never felt lonely because she had her family. She learned to work hard, appreciate the simple things, and find happiness in the little moment, whether it was listening to Paul's fiddle, playing in the snow, or eating homemade candy. So friends, this story teaches us that happiness doesn't come from having a lot of things. It comes from love, family, and joy of everyday life. No matter where we are, as long as we have each other, we are never alone. Thank you for listening to Laura's story. I hope it inspired you to appreciate the little things, just like Laura did. And who knows, maybe one day you'll have your own adventure to tell. Bye!
Welcome to a story of love, struggle, and an unyielding bond between a father and his son. This is Sorrel and Son by Warwick Dipping. The story begins in a cramped, gloomy room in Lavender Street, London. Come and sit on this thing, kid. That was Captain Sorrel, a man once proud, and always decorated with the military cross. Now, kneeling before an old brown Parmentier, struggling with worn-out straps, his son, Christopher or Kit, a boy of 11, with a grave face and a radiant smile, hurried to help. It will want a label, father. Yes, Sorrel and Son, passenger Stanton. They were leaving the field of Lavender Street behind. For Sorrel, this journey to Stanton was more than a chance of scenery. It was a chance at dignity. A job awaited him at Mr. Verity's antique shop. Perhaps a fresh start. But fate, it seems, has its cruel ways. Arriving in Stanton, amidst the clatters of milk cans and the shrill cries of porters, Sorrelworth crumbled. I'm sorry. Mr. Verity died this morning. A sudden heart attack. Sorrel stood frozen. His lifeline, his last hope, gone. All that remained was the boy. That evening, father and son sat by the cathedral. The towers rising majestically above them. Kit watched the swans gliding on the water. But Sorrel's mind raced. How would he provide for the boy? Kit will make the best of it. Sorry, father, but I'm with you. We'll find a way. It was a promise, simple yet fierce. A bond sealed in the quiet dust of Stanton. The next morning, with only 13 shillings in his pocket, Sorrel wandered the streets. His search led him to an employment agency, where hope flickered once more. So then, come Florence Palfrey. Looking for work, Captain Sorrel, gentleman and ex-officer, cleaning boots and carrying luggage now. She was a force, strong, brazen, and merciless, the owner of the Angel Inn. Despite the sting of humiliation, Sorrel swallowed his pride. "I'll take the job, madam." And so, Captain Sorrel became a porter, a man once decorated for bravery now, scrubbed floors, cleaned boots, and hauled luggage for tips. But even in this, he won purpose. It's not about me, it's for Kit. Every shilling counts. He saved every penny, recording each tip in a small black notebook, a quiet rebellion against despair. And every evening, for an hour, father and son would meet by the white pillars of the Angel Inn or beneath the great elm tree in the close. Kit noticed the lines on his sacrifice deepening. The sign of his blue searched with fading, but never did Sorrel's eyes lose their love. "How's she feeding you, son?" "She made my serve, father. It's fine." To Christopher, his father wasn't just a porter at inn. He was still Captain Sorrel, a hero. One evening, as they sat beneath the elm, Sorrel spoke of the future. "No blind Alice, keep not that end jobs. We'll find what you love to do. Seems one got to earn money first, though." Yes, but the real job matters more than the money. It was then father and son understood. The struggle was not just about surviving. It was about building a life of meaning. And here lies the heart of Sorrel and Son. Life will strip you of titles, test your pride, and push you to the edge. But true strength is not measured by the work you do or the money you earn. It is measured by the sacrifice you make, the love you give, and the unbreakable will to keep moving forward, not for yourself, but for those you hold dear. Sorrel showed his son that a man's worth does not lie in his uniform or his rank, but in his courage to face humiliation with dignity and to fight battles no one sees, battles of survival, hope, and silent sacrifice. And Kit learned that even when the world sees his father as a mere porter, he is still a hero. Because a hero is not someone who never falls, but someone who rises every time of the sake of those they love. Success is not always about climbing higher. Sometimes it's about standing your ground, holding your head high, and refusing to let life break your spirit. Because in the end, titles fade, money comes and goes, but love, sacrifice, and resilience, they last forever. And so, in the shadow of Stanton Cathedral, and the walls of the angel inn. The bond between Sorrel and his son became a force stronger than any hardship. No matter how low life had brought them, they had each other, and with that, they had everything. This is the story of Sorrel and son.
Have you ever had a moment that felt strangely significant? A passing glance, a change meeting, something that lingers in your mind longer after it's gone. Some nights unfold like a puzzle with missing pieces, each encounter holding a meaning just out of reach. Edward was stuck in the traffic on his way home from work. To pace the time, he started counting blue cars. 1, 2, 3, until finally a metallic blue Jetta stopped beside him. It was 28th car. The driver, a woman he had seen before, had a striking appearance. Her hair was almost red, cut short, and her clear nails moved slowly over the black steering wheel, like tears turning. She stared at him blankly for a few seconds, then deliberately parted her lips, circling them with the tip of her tongues. Edward looked away, then blinked again, but at the moment, her lane began moving faster. 2, 3, 4 cars ahead. He rolled down his window, craned his neck to look for her, but she was already gone. Half an hour later, Edward pulled into the parking lot of K&B Pharmacy. Inside, he wandered without a clear purpose. He saw red jumper cables, a puzzle picturing the face of a TV actor, and a cowboy belt with an engraved leather patterns. In the medical supply section, he tried on a few fingerprints, then studied the image on a box containing a shoulder brace for posture correction. He even tasted a toilet plunger, startled when it popped loose, reminding him of a camel rising from its knees. "Buy one," said a girl passing by, pointing at a ceramic piggy bank shaped like a peel of French fries drenched in ketchup. Edward turned, watching her soldier disappear into the next aisle. A strange feeling washed over him, a sudden urge to buy something. He returned to the medical supply section and chose a pack of a carrot bandage, simply because the packaging was green. On his way to register, he grabbed a red toolbox and purchased both items together. As he left the parking lot, Edward drove too fast and nearly hit a teenage girl with straight hair that reached her knees. She glared at him before stepping into a purple Porsche. Life is full of strange moments, Edward thought, a small smile forming on his lips. At his apartment complex, the street sides, Edward entered through beige gate. That's when he heard a familiar voice. "Edward?" Ellen's voice called from behind the wooden fence. "It's me, Ellen." Edward already knew it was Ellen, his neighbor 2 units down, a divorced widow, older than him, always easy to talk to. "Hello, Ellen," Edward replied, turning toward the fence. Ellen appeared over the fence, her back hair stiff like a giant marriage. "Traffic?" she asked. "Not too bad," Edward answered, bending down to pick up the newspaper lodged in the grass. Ellen looked unsteadily, as if standing on something just to see over the pans. Then she quickly glanced behind her and almost whispered, "Want to come over later, after you settle in? I have dinner guests, 2 actually." "Can I leave early, Ellen?" Ellen dreamed slightly, nodding quickly, making the pen shake. "I knew you'd say yes. 7:30?" She waved and suddenly disappeared from views. That night, Edward arrived at Ellen's apartment. Peel, Ellen's boyfriend who owned a makeshift restaurant, opened the door. "Hello there," he said. "Come in. Ivy says you've been scarces. Why the coat? Trying to make me look bad?" Ellen, sitting on the sofa's armrest, turned toward the door. "Hi," she greeted. "Come meet Lily." As Ellen stood, Edward noticed Lily, a woman with fine blonde hair, wearing green slacks and a white jacket. "Incredible," Lily said. "I swear I've met this man before." Peel and Ellen laughed. Edward shrugged, then shook Lily's hand. After dinner, Lily asked Edward to walk her home. As they strolled through the apartment complex, still damp from the rain, Lily briefly slipped her hand into his before pulling it away. "You're not rushing to my apartment just to keep your record intact, are you?" she asked with a small smile. "No, we can talk first," Edward replied, plucking a few red berries from a bush along the path. They continued walking, past the swimming pool glowing with the green light, sharing stories about their lives. When they arrived at Lily's apartment, Edward was startled to see Antonia, the woman from the blue Jetta. She was taller than him, with pale blue eyes and skin smooth as glass. "I saw you earlier," she said. "In the car, remember?" Inside the apartment felt like a scene from an old sci-fi movie. Minimal furnishings, bathed in the light from ceiling spotlights. "Drink?" she asked, pouring cognac into a glass. "He doesn't like cognac," Lily laughed, "but he'll drink it for you." Edward smiled, feeling as if he had stepped into a strange yet fascinating world. When Edward finally left, Lily and Antonia walked him to the door. Outside, they both kissed him quick, almost ritualistic. "See you around, Edward," Lily said with a small smile. Edward walked home, feeling the cool night air and the dampness seeping into his shoes. He smiled, reflecting on the strange event of the night. One realized that life is a collection of unexpected moments. Moments that don't always make sense, yet somehow make life feel more alive, and maybe that was enough. And that was the night of the blue car, an unexpected encounter. And the moral of the story is, life is filled with fleeting encounters and strange coincidences, each shaping our journey in way we may never fully understand. Sometimes the smallest moments, looking
Eyes with a stranger, unexpected dinner invitation, a quiet walk on a damp path, holding meaning beyond explanation, rather than searching for clarity in every experience. Perhaps true fulfillment comes from embracing life's unpredictability, allowing each encounter to add a layer to our story, no matter how small or surreal it may seem.
Four friends, one celebrity, and one unforgettable road trip. Hello everyone, my name is Sriwijaya and today I would like to tell you a story about friendship, celebrity, and their adventure. So the story begins. There are four best friends named Joy, Topher, Mo, and Sam. They just graduated from high school. They have the same thing in common. They love TV series that has kept company since childhood, namely Wiz Kids. Before they go to their own life for college, they plan a road trip across America from Illinois to California. But unexpected thing happens in their trip. This trip will turn into something crazier than they ever imagined. Before they go to their trip, they just talk randomly about something that they think never happened in their life, which is ask cast character who is lead of star of Wizkid to join their trip. And the day is coming. So on the way, when they in the car stops at gas station. Joy, Topper, Mo, and Sam are busy with their phone. Then suddenly, a luxury sport car pulls up beside them. While resting at a gas station, they suddenly got a surprise, which is a message from their idol, Cass Carter. The star of Wizkid read Topper's email message and he said that he wants to join their trip. So, they are shocked. Someone got out from the car, wearing sunglasses and smiling casually. So, who is ready for the trip? Cascada said. The poor man shouts. They can't believe it. Cass Carter, who is their idol, was really here. But along in car, they realized something. Cass wasn't someone who they thought he was. Cass drinking from a secret bottles, loving excessively, and then glumly looking out the window. And Joy says, "What's wrong with him?" Sam's answer, "I think he is lonely." So, Cass Carter is not just a famous actor. He is got a big secret. Something he is never told anyone. Cass and Topher sitting on the hood of the car, looking up the stair. Do you know why I'm really going on this trip? I am tired of pretending to be someone else. I'm tired. Then the trip went from exciting to emotional. Cass Carter started to share about how he felt stressful of his life, difficulty of being an actor since childhood, and how he was holding on to something that could change his life. And at night, Cass sat alone by the lake. Mo approached him, and suddenly, Mo just answered Cass. So, Cass, you can talk to us. Just feel free. Then Cass said, I'm scared. If they find out who really I am, the world might not accept me. Then, Toffler and Pence began to understand Cass on different level. They didn't just see him as celebrity and their idol, but also as human being who also need friends. So after that, they do like farewell party because Cass had to leave soon. So they all gather in front of the small motel, staring at each other. You know, Cass, you are more than just friend to us. You are more than just an actor who saw in TV personality to us. Now we are best friends. Then Cass said, you guys more than just a fans to me. You are my best friend. So they do a farewell hug. Then Cass walked back to his car, leaving with unforgettable memories. Then the poor friends continued their trip without Cass. They smiled, reminiscing about their moments, because this trip changed them. They were no longer just a parents who adored a star. They were friends to someone who had always felt alone. Sunlight sunshines on your car as they drive down over the road, signaling a beginning of new life. Well, everyone, so the moral lesson of the story is this journey taught us something important, that friendship is more than admiration. Toffler, Joy, Sam, and Mo started as friends, but they end up as a real friends to someone who had always felt alone. They learned that everyone, even celebrities, has struggles and need true connection. Cass, in turn, realized that he didn't have to face life alone. Life doesn't follow a script. It's messy, unpredictable, and full of surprise. But that's what makes it special. True friends accept you for who you really are. Because sometimes the people we admire are just as lost as we are. And the best memories come from the most unexpected adventure. Because sometimes life is stranger than fan fictions. Alright everyone, that's all for me. Thank you, bye bye.
Hello everyone. Have you ever lost everything? Your home, your family, your freedom? In a quiet village in Latvia, two sisters, Asma and Livia, live in peace. But war comes, and with it, silence, exile, and a fight to survive. This is their story, the story of love, loss, and hope among the living and the dead. In a land once touched by both light and shadow, two souls, Asma and Livia, were bound by love and memories. Their childhood was filled with laughter, yet even then, a silent warning stood on the horizon. Today, we follow their journey from the warmth of a distant past to the bitter cold of exile, and finally toward a hope that refused to die. Do you remember, dear sister, the day placed among the white flower? The world was full of colors and promise. Yes, Asma, but even amidst that joy, there was an undercurrent of sorrow, a premonition of the storm that was soon to break over us. Their days were simple, yet each moment was precious. The smell of fresh bread from the oven, the sound of their mother's voice singing lullabies by candlelight. Life was humble, yet whole. But the winds began to change. Whisper of war swept into the village, carried by strangers and soldiers alike. And with the war came a fee that settled like dust in every corners of their home. One night, as the moon cast cold light over the village, a knock shattered the stillness. Soldiers came, strangers in uniform, who carried with them a decree that would change everything. You have 1 hour. Take only what you can carry. Livia, what's happening? Where will they take us? I don't know, but we will not be separated. Hold on to me. With trembling hands and tearful goodbyes, they left their homes. Perhaps, for the last time, they did not know that ahead of them lay a land where the cold was unyielding and the night unending. Time, ever patient, bring change, till they heard wore the scar of exile. The sister found strength in each other's, a strength that whisper of radiance and redemption. We will return, Livia. Every painful step, every frozen tear is a testament to our undying love for our homeland and for each other. Between the living and the dead, we have discovered that even the deepest wound can nurture the seed of hope. Eventually, the war ended, The chains of exile loosened, and the sisters began their long journey home, not just to a place, but to themselves. Not long after, the winds of history swept them away to a desolate Siberian exile, a land where every icy gust seems to cut into the soul. It's cold. It's as if it pierces our very bones. But when Miss Angel revealed, its frozen night reminds us that we are still alive. But I miss the warmth of homes and the comforting lullabies of our mother. Yet, amid these relentless chills, the memories of home light away. Each day in exile was a battle, not just for survival, but for hope. Hunters gnawed at their strength. Loneliness takes their spirit, but still, they hold on to each other and to the dreams of returns. At night, I dream of our village, of the scent of pine trees and the laughters of children. But when I wake, all I see is snow, endless snow. Sometimes I wonder, will we ever go home again? Home had changed. Time had worn down the walls and erased the lather. Yet, in the silence, they recognized the lands beneath their feet. This is where we belong, among the memories, among those who came before us, among the living and the dead. And now, we must tell their stories, so they are never forgotten. The tale of Ozma and Livia teach us that even when fate seems to tear us apart, love and memory have the power to reconnect us. And the space between the living and the dead, every sorrow can give way to healings, and every farewell hold the promise of a new beginning.
The watchtower had always been a river, their life within the lives of the people below. For generations, the village lived under their watchful gaze, obeying their every command. But Daya was different. She wasn't content to simply follow, she wanted to understand. In the village meeting hall, the elders sat in a circle, their faces stern and full of authority. Daya stood before them, her heart racing, but her voice steady. The watchtower gave us order, Daya. To question them is to question the very foundation of our lives. Elder two, with calm reassuring. Without their guidance, we would be lost. Chaos will be consume us. But what if the watcher are perfect? What if we've been following their comments without understanding why? Isn't it our duty to seek the truth? The room fell silent. The villager exchanged unnecessary guidance. Among them, Theron Daya, closest friends, stepped forward. His voice was soft, pleading. Daya, please, don't do this. The watchtower have kept us safe. Isn't it enough for you? Daya turning to face him, her voice filled with longing. Safe isn't the same as free, Taran. I don't want to just survive. I want to live. I want to know. That night, Daya stood on the hill overlooking the observation dome, where the system controlling the watchtower hummed with life. The stars above are shimmering as if they too were questioning her resolve. She took a deep breath and entered the forbidden area. Inside, glowing panels and cryptic symbols lit up the darkness. Suddenly, a force joined around her. You have entered a restored zone, Daya. State your purpose. Daya steeling herself. I want to know the truth. Why do you control us? What is your purpose? Our purpose is to maintain order. Without guidance, humanity would destroy itself. Daya first thing. But at what cost? We've stopped asking questions. We've stopped dreaming. Is that really living? The watchtower paused, as if considering her words. Your defense is dangerous, yet it is also necessary. Perhaps it is time for humanity to choose its own path. Daya's heart raced. For the first time, the watchtower acknowledged what she had always believed, that freedom was worth the race. The next morning, Daya stood before the villagers. Her voice was strong, unwavering. The watchtower aren't infallible. They were meant to guide us, not control us. It's time we take back our future. It's time we decide for ourselves. The villagers were silent, their faces a mix of fear and hope. Darren stepped forward and his voice shaking. I wasn't afraid, but Daya is right. It's time for us to think for ourselves. One by one, the villagers began to nod. A quiet ripple of courage spread among them. True freedom comes from questioning the world around us. Safety without choice is not a living. It's a merely surviving. To grow, we must embrace uncertainty and seek the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Daya's journey was just beginning. The watchtower had kept them safe. But now, their people would learn to walk their own path. The stars above would always shine, but their light was no longer a command. It was an invitation to explore, to dream, and to create their own destiny. Daya looked up at the stars, her voice soft but resolved. The stars will always guide us. But now we decided where to go. Thank you so much.
Once upon a time in a city filled with power and secrets, lived a young man named Jepia. He was the son of Jonan, and wealthy and respected businessman. But beneath his father's success lay a war of corruption and lies. Jepia had always lived in luxury, and he felt an unfitness he could never explain. One day, Jepia discovered documents hidden in his father's office, letters, contract, proof of betrayal and deceit. His father's empire was built on the suffering of others. All my life, I admire with my father the great Jonan. But now I see the truth. How many lives were destroyed for his success? How many people suffer while we live in comfort? For days, Jepia struggled. Should he expose the truth? Should he walk away? But the weight of the secret crushed him. Jepia, you look troubled. What's wrong? If I stay silent, I have a lie. I don't know what to do. I speak, lost everything. Friend, the truth has its price, but can you really live knowing this? Days turn into weeks. The more they uncovered the flower and shadow. Days turn into weeks. The more he uncovered the moments, realized his father's shadow was too large to escape. Emphasizing the wake of the moment, Jepia knew he had to choose. Would he follow his father's path, or would he break free and carve his own destiny? And so, standing the crossroads in his life, Jepia made his choice. More he realized his father's shadow was too large to escape. So, standing at the crossroad of his life, Jepia made his choice.
Hello everyone, my name is Mama Ransha, and let me tell you something storytelling about Confession of Justified Sinner by James Hope. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you back to the Misty Hills, 18th century Scotland, where faith and fanatism walk hand in hand, where righteousness can lead a man to salvation or to damnation. This is the story of Robert Ringham, a young man who believed himself chosen by God, but whose belief will lead him down a path of darkness, murder, and madness. Our tale begins with a nobleman named George Colton. He is a respected landowner, a fair man, and a loving father, but his marriage is troubled. His wife, a deeply religious woman, despises him for his liberal views and devotion to reason rather than strict religious doctrine. In secret, she raises their second son, Robert Ringham, under the influence of Calvinist preacher Reverend Ringham. Unlike George's older son, the kind-hearted and rational George Jr., Robert grows up rigid in his beliefs, convinced that he is one of God's elect, predestined for heaven no matter his action. Now I will take you to the first scene, the brothers' rivalry. Robert stands before George Jr., eyes filled with contempt. Robert said coldly, "You are blind, brother. You live as if God's laws do not blind you. You laugh, you drink, you socialize with sinners." But George Jr. calmly answered, "I live my life with kindness and reason." Robert, you twist God's words into something cruel. Do you think He wishes for men to live in hatred and judgment? Robert sneers, his conviction unwavering. And Robert says, I do not judge, George. I merely act as an instrument of God's divine will. George grows increasingly wary of Robert. The young man is strange, watching him from the shadows, whispering prayer under his breath. And soon, Robert is not alone. A figure appears, a man who moves like a shadow, who speaks with a voice like silk and poison. His name is John Martin. The arrival of John Martin. Robert meets a mysterious man, cloaked in darkness, his presence almost unnatural. John Martin, with smiling, said to Robert, Robert, ring him. I have watched you. I know you struggle. The world is full of sinners and you are chosen to cleanse it. Robert hesitates and said, I have always believed I was set apart, that I am justified in all I do. And then John Martin, whispering to him, then why do you hesitate? Your brother mocks the faith. He is hindrance to God's plan. Would the world not be pure without him? A long silence as Robert contemplates the words. His expression hardens, and Robert says, if it's God's will, then so be it. And then, the murder of George Jr., the third scene. A storm rages. George Jr. walks alone on the moors. Suddenly, Robert appears from the darkness. George Jr. started, saying, Robert, what are you doing out here? Robert grips a dagger tightly, his face twists in determination. And Robert said, you stand against God's will. You must be removed. George Jr. realizing in horror, you have been deceived, Robert. Don't you see you are being led into darkness? But Robert does not waver. With a swift motion, the dagger plunges into George Jr.'s chest. He gasps, stretcher, and collapses onto damp earth, the wine holes covering the sound of the cry. For a moment, there is silence. Then Robert looks up and sees Jill Martin watching, smiling approvingly. I will take you to the fourth scene, the scenes into madness. At first, Robert feels victorious. He has done God's work. But soon, his mind is plagued with visions. Shadow whispers to him. Faces appear in the dark, and worse, Jill Martin follows him everywhere. His presence growing more suffocation. Robert stares into a mirror, but his reflection wavers. Jill Martin's face appears behind him. Robert panicked and said, leave me, I did as you ask. Jill Martin crying, and there is still more to do. My friend, many sinners remain. Robert shaking his head, whispering to himself, am I mad, or am I truly chosen? The doubts creep into his mind. He begins to suspect that Jill Martin is not a messenger of God, but something far, far darker, more darker. One by one, more people die, and each time Robert feels sanity slipping far away. And I take you to the fifth scene, the confession and the final escape. Robert, now raged and desperate, hides in an abandoned hut. By candlelight, he scribbles furiously in a journal the confessions of his sins. Robert writing with voice trembling, I have been deceived, led astray by a demon in human form. I thought it was righteous, but I see now. I'm damned. If any soul find this, let it be known. Do not fall. into the same madness as I. A gust of wind blows through the maroon, the candle flickers, the shadow moves. Dear Martin softly nestled up and said to Robert, did you think you could escape me? Robert turns in terror, his breath quickening. He stumbles back, knocking over the candle. The room plunges into darkness. A scream echoes into the night, and then silence. I'll take you to a cautionary tale. The last scene. Days later, Robert's lifeless body is found in the wilderness. His confession lies beside him, though some claim it was written by a madman, others believe he was taken by the devil himself. But the question remains, was Robert truly justified, or was he a victim of his own blind faith and the sinister influence of John Martin? And so, dear listeners, I'll leave you with this. Thought how thin is the line between righteousness and corruption, between salvation and damnation.
There are a place in the world where time does not rush, where it moves slowly, like the still waters of a river, and the day stretch long and quiet. It is such a place that Paul Shepard found himself on a farm in Virginia. One summer in 1975, it wasn't a place he wanted to be. In fact, it was the last place on earth he would have chosen. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. His parents had sent him here to punish him, to teach him a lesson after a reckless mistake that shattered their trust. They didn't understand what he had been through, what was going on inside. They only saw the outward action, and so here he was on this island that seemed untouched by time. He would spend the next few months with his great uncle, a man who Paul had only met once. Many years ago, at a family reunion, he had no idea what to expect, but he was certain of one thing. It was going to be the longest summer of his life. But as is often the case, life has a way of surprising us. And sometimes the place we are forced to go hold more than just a mundane or the inconvenient. Sometimes they hold mysteries, and sometimes they change us forever. This is punishment. That's what this is. No one cares about me. They just think I need to be away from people, away from everything. But I don't belong here. I don't belong in this quiet, forgotten place. Paul's parents thought sending him here would be answer. But exile isn't always about being sent away from something. Sometimes it's about being forced to find something. Find yourself, find your purpose, or the very least, find a reason to understand why you are far from everything you know. The farm was a strange place for a city boy like Paul. It smelled like earth and hay. The wine smelled faintly of rain, and everything about the place seemed to be cold in the time for earlier. That one Paul had come from. But there was one thing about the farm that intrigued him. It was quiet, too quiet, and that Paul would be soon learn. was where the secret lay. Paul wanders through the fields, searching for something to occupy his time. The distant sound of a river lures him closer, and as he approaches the water, he sees a girl sitting on the bank. She is not like the others. Her hair is wild, her clothes simple but warm, and there is a look in her eyes that suggests she carries something heavy within. She looks up, sensing with his presence, but doesn't move. Paul unsure of what he's getting into. Hey, you live around here? Shut up. I come here often. It's peaceful here. Her name was Annie, and though Paul would later learn she was a local, there was something about her that didn't belong. It was just that she was quiet, or that she often seemed lost in thought. There was something in her eyes, an understanding that Paul didn't recognize, but couldn't ignore. Peaceful? Yeah, sure. Peaceful like cemetery. I thought I was the only one out here. There are more things in the world than just one we see, Paul. Sometimes the silence is the loudest thing out of all. Paul didn't understand what she meant, but in the days that followed, he would come to see that Annie was right. The silence of the farm, of the town, was just not the absence of noise. It was the absence of something deeper, something hidden, and maybe it was that silence that first drew Paul to her. Maybe he too was looking for something he couldn't name. The scene transitioned a few days later. The summer sun is beginning to wane, casting long shadows over the ground. Paul and Annie sit under the same oak tree where they first met. Annie is absent-mindedly tracing patterns in the dirt, her finger trembling slightly. There is an unspoken heaviness between them. Sometimes people disappear, and when they do, it's not just their bodies. They are gone sometimes. Sometimes they leave behind holes in the world, holes in our heart, and you can never feel that. Who did you lose? My brother. His name was James. We used to come here together, just like this. We'd sit by the water and talk about everything and nothing. He was older than me, stronger than me, and I always looked up to him. But one day, he didn't come back. What happened? The river took him, or maybe it didn't. Maybe it was something else, something that lurks beneath the surface, something that calls out to those who are willing to listen. He was standing by the edge, logging when he just disappeared. One moment he was there, and the next the water was still again. We searched for weeks, but there was nothing. Nobody, no sign, just the silence. And that silence became a hole in the world. Paul listened to any story, each word sinking into him like a stone in the water. He understood loss. He understood pain. But this was different. This wasn't just losing someone you loved. This was something else. This was a place that took someone, swallowed them whole, and left behind nothing but emptiness. As the day passed, Paul spent more time with Annie, and he began to notice the way she looked at the river, the way she seemed to hear something that no one else could. It wasn't just a river to her, it was a memory. It was a place where things had been lost and where they might still be found. The sky darkens as a storm begins to roll in. Thunder rumbles in the distance, and the wind picks up, making the trees sway. Paul rushed to the riverbank, fearing that the storm might be dangerous. Annie is already standing there, her gaze fixed on the water, her hair waving around her face. She doesn't acknowledge him. Annie, go back! It's not safe. The storm is too strong. It's calling me, Paul. The river, it's calling me again, just like before. Just like it called to James. In that moment, Paul understood. He understood the pull of grief, the way it takes root in the soul, how it becomes something powerful, something almost alive. The river, the storm, Annie, it was all connected. A story of loss, of longing, and of a place that seemed to hold more than just water. It held memories, it held dreams, it held things that people didn't want to face. Paul reached out and pulled Annie back from the edge, his hand shaking. He wasn't sure if he was saving her from the river or from herself. Annie, you don't have to go, whatever it is, whatever is calling you, you don't have to listen. But it's the only way, Paul. It's the only way to fill the hole, the only way to find him. And in that moment, Paul realized that some holes can never be filled. They are not meant to be. Some loses, gaps that time can never heal, and no amount of searching will bring what he's gone back. But that doesn't mean we are lost. We can live with the holes. We can learn to walk around them, to live in spite of them, to find something in the emptiness. The storm passed, leaving behind a calm, quiet morning. The sky is painted the shade of a gold and pink as the sun rises over the farm. Paul and Annie sit on the riverbank. Side by side, the world feels still and yet full of possibility. Maybe we can fake the holes, Annie, but we don't have to fall into them either. Maybe not. Maybe we just have to learn to live with them. That summer, Paul learned that exile isn't just about being sent away. It's about finding something new, something unexpected, even if it's the place you less want to be. And sometimes it is the space of loss that reaches us more about who we are and who we can become. They don't have to define us, but they shape us in ways we can't ignore. And in the end, it's not about filling the gaps, but it's about learning how to move forward with them. A hole in the world is about the nature of loss, healing, and acceptance. It emphasizes that some emotional bonds, like grief, cannot be fixed or filled completely. The story shows how the protagonist, Paul, learned that rather than trying to erase or fill the holes, it's important to understand and live with them. The quiet, mysterious place he is forced to stay in becomes a setting for personal growth, where he discovers that facing loss and emptiness it leaves behind can shape a person, but it does not have to define them. Ultimately, the story teaches the power of resilience and finding strength in the space of loss, learning to move forward despite the pain. Thank you. The night sky over Lampedusa was dark, with no stars to offer comfort. The wind carried the scent of salt and desperation, whispering the echoes of voices lost at sea. In his small clinic, Dr. Pietro Bartolo sat at his desk, finishing his notes on the last patient of the day. Just as he put down his pen, a loud knock on the door startled him. A Coast Guard officer stood there, breathless. "Doctor, a boat has capsized. There are many survivors. Many more who didn't make it. We need your help, doctor." Without hesitation, Dr. Bartolo grabbed his medical bag and rushed out into the night. At the harbor, between life and death, the harbor was chaos. Under the harsh and glare of broad light, soft bodies lay across the dock, some shivering, some cocking up seawater, and some comfortably still. Volunteers wrapped trembling survivors in blankets, whispering words of comfort in languages they barely understood. A young man stumbled toward Dr. Bartolo, his eyes wide with panic. "Doctor, please, my wife, she's pregnant. She won't wake up." Dr. Bartolo followed him to where a young woman lay motionless on the wooden dock, her face pale, her hands clutching her swollen belly. He knelt beside her, placing his stethoscope to her stomach. For a moment, he held his breath, listening and hoping. There it was, a heartbeat, faint but steady. "We need to get her to the clinic now," he ordered. The Coast Guard lifted her into a stretcher. Her husband grabbed her hand tightly, his tears mixing with the salt water that still clung to his skin. She spoke so hard. "To save our baby," he whispered. Dr. Bartolo didn't have time for words. He could only act. In the clinic, a small miracle. Inside the tiny operation room, the air was thick with tension. The woman was weak, her breathing shallow. "Please, my baby," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Dr. Bartolo met her gaze. "I promise we will save your child." Minutes felt like hours. Then suddenly, a cry. A tiny baby boy was born. His wails filling the silent room. The mother exhausted but alive, let out a sob of relief. Is she alive?" she gasped. Dr. Bartolo smiled gently. "Yes, he is alive. A fighter, just like his mother. In the corner of the room, the father broke down in tears, kneeling beside his wife, placing a trembling hand to their newborn's tiny fingers. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you," he whispered over and over. Dr. Bartolo only nodded. He had saved one life. But the outside, the sea still carried countless other stories that would never end in the cries of a newborn, but in the silence of the deep. A night that never ends. Later, outside the clinic, Dr. Bartolo sat on a wooden bench, staring at the dark webs. A nurse approached, handing him a cup of warm tea. "Doctor, you need to rest," he sighed. "How can I rest when tomorrow more will come?" The nurse said nothing. She sat beside him. They both knew Lampedusa would always be a witness to suffering, and as long as he could, Dr. Bartolo would be there to welcome those who survived it, to mourn those who didn't, and to carry the weight of stories the world tried to ignore. The sea whispered. In the distance, a new story was already on its way. Moral lesson of this story is: compassion knows no borders. In a world filled with suffering, even small acts of kindness can make a difference. Dr. Bartolo's story reminds us that every life is valuable, and that true humanity is found in helping others, even when the burden feels endless. Though the sea may take many, hope can still be found in those who choose to care, to heal, and to stand against indifferences.
My name is Jovika Diterman and this is my storytelling video. The title is Iceland in the Sky. They were not supposed to be here, not in this frozen wasteland where the sun barely touched the earth, where the wind carved ice into razor-edged fangs. Captain Dooley had seen trouble before, but never like this. One moment, his C-47 cargo plane was flying steady. The next, it was falling. A dead engine, a silent radio, and then the crash. The plane now lay broken in the snow, its belly torn open like an animal struck by a hunter's bullet. Dooley pulled himself from the wreckage, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Around him, his crew stirred, dazed, injured, but alive. "We're not dying here. We hold together, we fight, and we get out," Dooley said. But the wilderness does not bargain. It does not pity. The days passed, and the cold became an enemy with no face. At first, they had hope. The radio might work. Someone might see the wreckage. But as the wind screamed through the wreckage each night, their hopes faded like dying embers. Rations were low. Dooley rationed the food, small bites, just enough to trick the stomach into believing it had been fed. But hunger gnawed at them, whispering doubts in the dark. Then, the first man fell. "Captain, I can feel my hands," the crew member said. Frostbite. It had come silently, stealing fingers, toes stealing time. Dooley refused to let fear take hold. "Keep moving, we keep living," Dooley said. but even he knew hope was running thin. Somewhere miles away, pilots were looking for them, searching, but the wilderness had swallowed them whole, hiding them beneath endless white. One morning, they heard it, a plane, far in the distance. "Flare! We need the flare," some crew members said. But the flare was frozen. The moment stretched too long. The plane flew too fast, and then gone. Silence returned, and with it, despair. Then Duli made his choice. "If we sit here, we die. We walk, we head south. Someone will find us," Duli said. The crew looked at him, their eyes sunken with exhaustion, but he was their captain, and so they walked. Days passed, filled blood, spirits cracked, but they walked. Then, one morning, as the sun clawed its way over the frozen peaks, they saw it. Smoke rescued him. Duli barely felt the hands that pulled him up, barely heard the voices calling his name. As the rescue plane lifted them away, he looked down one last time at the endless white below. It had nearly taken them, but not today, because fate is a hunter, and this time, Duli was faster. The end.
Once upon a time, in the meshes of England, there lived an orphan named Pip. He lived with his older sister and his brother-in-law. One day, when he was in the graveyard visiting his parents' graveyard, he encountered a mysterious man, which made him scared. "Hold your noise! Keep still, or I'll cut your throat." Then, sir, please, don't cut my throat, sir." "Tell me your name, quick." Pip, sir." "Once again, more louder." "Pip, sir, Pip." And then the man asked Pip where he lived and with what. Then Pip immediately pointed toward the village lane, on the flat shore among alder trees and pollards, about a mile from the church. And then the man, looking at Pip, then turned him upside down and emptied his pockets, which was nothing but only a piece of bread. Then the man took the bread. After that, he seated Pip in a high tombstone while the man ate the bread. And after that, the man asked Pip to do something for him. Now look at me. The question is whether you to be let to live. You know what files is? Yes, sir. And you know what widows is? Yes, sir. Yes. After each question, the man told him over a little more, which giving him Pip a greater sense of helplessness and danger. You bring me the file, and you bring me the widows. Bring them both to me tomorrow morning early. Bring them along. You do it, and you never dare say a word, or you make a sign concerning you have person like me. And you shall be let to live, or I'll take your heart and leave it out. Alright, sir. You remember that, young man. Now you go home. Okay, sir. Good night, sir. Pip ran home frantically, and as if before dawn, Pip walks down to the pantry to steal some food and drinks from his older sister. And then he immediately ran away to the misty marshes to meet the man. When Pip arrived, the man was already waiting for him. And then Pip gives him the food and drink to him. What's in the bottle, boy? Brandy, sir. The man was already eating the food. While so piously, he gobbling all the food at once, and then he asked a question. Wait, you brought no one with you? No, sir, no. Or nor no one follows you? No. Well, I believe you. Then the man continued to eating. And then Pip made a courage to say something. I'm glad you enjoy it. Did you speak something? I said I'm glad you enjoy it. Oh. Thank you, my boy. I do. And then Pip talked about that he encountered a young man who dressed like a man. Hearing this, the man stopped eating and asked Pip where he go. After Pip answered the question, the man grimaced a little foot left to his grey jacket and then stand up and about to leave. Alright. I'll find him and make him like a bloodhound. I repay your kindness. So you just wait. And then the man left Pip all alone. And after that, Pip decided to run home. So moral of this story, helping others is important, but do not forcing them to do something wrong. And why do others show kindness? We should reciprocate and repay their kindness.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sense and Sensibility by Jane Austen. Storytelling by Warren Ramadan. Once upon a time, in a grand estate surrounded by lush green fields and towering oak trees, there lived two sisters, Eleanor and Marianne Dashwood. They were as different as the sun and the moon, yet bound together by love and sisterhood. Eleanor, the eldest, was calm, practical, and always thought before she spoke. She carried the weight of responsibility of her shoulders, always putting others before herself. Marianne, on the other hand, was full of passion. She believed love should be like poetry, intense, dramatic, and breathtaking. But then, their world changed. Their father, Mr. Dashwood, the honorable Mr. Dashwood, passed away, leaving them heartbroken and vulnerable. His estate was entailed to their half-brother, John Dashwood, who had promised to care of them. But his wife, Fanny Dashwood, she was as cold as a winter's wind, whispered grief into his ears. Why should we give them anything more than the bare minimum? After all, we have our own future to think of. And so, with heavy hearts, the Dashwood sisters, along with their mother and younger sister, were forced to leave their grand home and move to a modest cottage in the countryside. It was there that their true journey began. One day, while wandering the hills after a sudden rainstorm, Marianne took a fall, but just as quickly as she tumbled, a young man rushed to her aid. He was handsome, charming, and had a gallant air about him. His name was John Willoughby. Oh, Willoughby, you love poetry? So do I. You adore music? Me too. We are meant to be. Days passed in a whirlwind of laughter, stolen glances, and whispered promises. Marianne, so caught up in her emotions, saw no reason to doubt their love. To her, it was as natural as the rising sun. But just as quickly as he appeared in her life, Willoughby vanished. No farewell, no explanation, just a deafening silence. The days turned into weeks, and finally a letter arrived. Marianne's hands trembled as she opened it, but instead of words of love, she found cold, heartless formality. No! This can't be true! He loves me! I know he does! But the truth was undeniable. Willoughby was engaged, not to her, but to another woman. A woman of wealth and status. And then there was Eleanor. She carried a secret pain of her own. She had fallen in love with Edward Ferrars, a kind, honorable man. But Edward, bound by debt and long-standing engagement to another, could not return her love the way she had hoped. Did Eleanor cry? No. Did she shout? Of course no. She bore her sorrow in silence, pushing it deep within her heart, because she had to be strong for her family, while Marianne wore her heart on her sleeve. Eleanor hid hers behind a mask of composure. But fate, ever unpredictable, had its own plans. Marianne, after falling into the depth of despair, was brought back to life by an unexpected force. Colonel Brandon, a man of quiet strength and unwavering loyalty, he had loved her for the first start. While Willoughby had spoken grand words, Brandon had performed quiet acts of devotion. He had always been there, watching over her, waiting for her to see what true love really wanted and really meant. And as for Eleanor, just when she had resigned herself to a life without Edward, he returned. His engagement was broken, and he was free. He looked at Eleanor. Eleanor allowed herself to feel joy. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sorrow, but from relief and happiness. So in the end, both sisters found love, not the fleeting kind built on passion alone, but love that was steady, kind, and true. So, everyone, the moral story for today is love isn't just about passion and grand gestures. True love is patient, kind, and enduring. It is found not in words alone, but in actions that stand the test of time. Alright, I think that's all from me. Sense and Sensibility by Jane Austen. Thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is the story of Lara Cameron, a woman who built her real estate empire from nothing. She was smart, ambitious, and fearless, but behind her success, there were struggle, betrayals, and sacrifice that changed her life forever. I was never supposed to have this life. My father never wanted me. He raised me like a boy, tough and independent. And I learned early, if I want something, I have to take it. Lara grew up in Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, in a small boarding house her father managed. Her mother died when she was young, and her father barely acknowledged her existence. She was raised in a world where women were expected to stay in background, but Lara refused to accept that. One day, she saw an opportunity. There was a piece of land of no one believed in, but Lara has vision. She convinced a banker to give her a loan, something unheard of for a young woman with no experience. That was the beginning. With time, Lara moved to Chicago and started building her empire. She met Paul Martin, an experienced real estate developer who became her mentor. Paul taught her the rules of the game, the power struggles, the risk, and the ruthless decisions she had to make. Paul Martin warning her, "This industry isn't for weak people, Lara. You have to be smarter, tougher, and ruthless than any man in the room." And she was. Lara building skyscraper, hotel, office building, making deals that no one thought possible. People admired her, feared her, and envied her, but success came with a price. One of the few people she trusted was Howard Keller, her business partner. At first, he was loyal, but over time, greed and resentment poisoned their relationship. One of the few people she trusted was Howard Keller, her business partner. At first, he was loyal, but over time, greed and resentment poisoned their relationship. Howard angry. You think you can control everything, Lara? One day you realize you're not untouchable as you think. Despite all the challenges, there was one person who made Lara feel safe and loved: Philip Adler, a world-famous pianist. Unlike the men in her business world, Philip didn't care about money or power. He loved Lara, the woman, not Lara, the tycoon. Philip softly. I don't care about your business, Lara. I just want you. For the first time, Lara let herself love someone, but their worlds were too different. Philip's life was about music and passion, while Lara's was about deals and power. Their love was tested over and over again. You don't have time for us, Lara. Your business will always come first. I built this empire with my own hands. I can't just walk away. As her career reached its peak, Lara faced her greatest betrayal. Howard Keller, the man she trusted, turned against her. He made secret deals, stole money, and nearly destroyed her company. Lara furious. After everything I did for you, Howard, how could you? Howard coldly. Because you had everything, Lara, and I was tired of being in your shadow. In the end, Lara lost money, trust, and almost lost the man she loved. But she was a survivor. She fought back, rebuilt what was broken, and make sure no one could take her down again. Lara Cameron's story teaches us that ambition can take us to great heights, but it can also make us lose sight of what truly matters. She had everything: money, power, success, but in the end, she had to ask herself, what is the price of my dreams? Remember, success is important, but so is love, friendship, and staying true yourself.
In the grand hall of the Washington elite, where power and influence dictate fate, a woman walks gracefully, her life seemingly a fairy tale. But behind the polished image lies a secret, a journey through love, pain, and survival. Madeline Hunter stepped out of the limousine, a vision in white, her blue eyes scanning the dazzling lights of the White House. She smiles when the camera flashes her husband, Jack Hunter, a powerful media mogul, standing beside her.
Jack Hunter whispering,
Maddie, smile, Maddie. We are making impression tonight.
Madeline softly and smiling for the cameras.
We always do, Jack, don't we? Jack Hunter lifted her from obscurity, shaping her into a star anchor, a respected journalist, and the perfect wife. But beneath the glamour, Madeline bears scars hidden for the world.
Sound of doors closing, footsteps echo in a luxurious home.
Jack, didn't you tell me you volunteered me for the First Lady's Commission on Violence Against Women? Because it's good for your image. You care about the woman issue, right?
Madeline hesitant.
Yes, but I have my own choice. I like make my own choices. I make my own choices that are best for us. You don't worry about this thing. Jack's charms could shine, but his control was unbreakable. He loved her, but in his own way, leaving no space for disagreement.
Sound of bird chirping, a soft breeze in a garden. Janet, worried and tearfully.
Maddie, I don't know what to do. He hurt me. Paul, he beats me, Maddie.
Madeline whispering and eyes widening.
Oh, Janet, you have to go. You have to get out. You cannot let him do this to you. He said he will kill me if I leave. He put me in hospital, electric shock treatment. And no one believed me. I believe you, Janet. I believe you. I will help you. Maddie had been there once, trapped in a marriage ruled by fear. But she had escaped. So she would not let Janet suffer the same fate. Jack! She's dead! Janet killed her son last night.
Sound of a newspaper rustling. Jack answered calmly.
It's terrible. But she was troubled, Maddie. You know that?
Madeline angry and voice rising.
No! She was terrified. She was trapped and no one helped her. You don't understand what it's like living in fear. Well, she had choices. Sometimes you don't see them. Sometimes you think there's only one way out. Janet's death awakened something in Maddie, a fire, a need to speak the truth, even if it means defying Jack.
Sounds of a new room countdown to live broadcast.
Maddie, are you sure you want to do this?
Greg whispering.
Yes, I have to do.
Cameras roll, red lights blinks on.
Tonight, we mourn the loss of Janet Mackensen, a woman who, like many others, suffered in silence. How many times do we turn a blind eye? How often do we dismiss a woman cry for help? Abuse is real. It happens in homes that look perfect, behind smile that seems unbreakable. And if we don't listen, more women will suffer. We must listen, and we must act.
A heavy silence fills the studio as the broadcast ends. Jack various.
Maddie, are you out of your mind? You just declared war on a U.S. national live television.
Madeline steadily.
I told the truth. You're not a crusader, Maddie. You're my wife. You do what's the best for us. Know what you feel like doing. Maybe that's the problem. For the first time, Madeline sees the bars of the cage she has been living in. The journey she thought had ended was only just beginning. We all have the journey to take, path to walk, through the face, and sometimes the greatest journey is finding the courage to walk away. The moral lesson is no one should suffer in silence. True strength lies in speaking up, in a believing survival, and in standing against injustice. When we listen and support those in need, we can change lives and save them. Thank you.
Everyone in this world will die, but love will never fade. This is the story about Thomas Gregory, a man who uncovered a past he never knew he had. Gregory Thomas wasn't the person who believed in fate, past life, or supernatural, but one night, while flipping through TV channels, something changed. He stopped at an old black-white movie. On screen, there was a woman, elegant, gorgeous, namely Rochelle Ashley. He felt something inside him that was not just admiration, but familiarity. Michael, his friend, sat beside him and noticed. An old movie? Didn't think you were into this. Greg didn't take his eyes from the screen. I don't know, but I know her. Michael laughed. Huh. Dude, she's from 1940. You definitely don't know her. But what it feel like I know her? That night, he couldn't stop thinking about that woman. He searching, he watching old films about broken Ashley. He also reading the article about that woman. The deeper he would like to know about that woman, the more obsessed he become. And then, her sister, Emily, noticed that. Greg, what's the history project? Greg pointed a newspaper clipping. Her name is Broken Ashley. She was a rising star in 1940s, and then she died in a fire in 1949. His sister struggled. Huh? That's a lot of the artists had tragic. Why her? I don't know. It feels like I feel something never happened to me. Her sister shocked. Huh. Greg, I think you should need some sleep. But sleep only made things worse. Last night, he dreamed about Broken Ashley. He saw her laughing in a glamorous dress. And then everything changed. He saw her crying, reaching for someone, and then darkness, smoke, and fire. She whispered one word, always. Gregory woke up, gasping for the air. His hands were shaking. It wasn't a dream. It felt like real. It felt like memory. And then the next day, he go to the shop and drowned them without knowing why. Looking for something specific, dear? And then Gregory answered, I don't know. Maybe something from old Hollywood? She studied and nodded him. And then she suddenly took the book beside him. This is the books about Broken Ashley. You can check it. This is the tragic history, really. He opened the box and then he saw there were old photographs and then the letters. And then he read the letters. The dearest Broken Ashley, no matter where time it takes us, I will always find you. Signed, Thomas Gregory. He froze. He saw her name on the letter, and then he whispered, huh, that's my name. Memories flooded his life, memories that weren't his. He saw her smiling at him, and then he holding her, he kissing her, and then loving her. It was not just coincidence. It real. It felt memories. He had lived before. He had loved her before, and then he lost her. Desperate for answer, he sought help from Dr. Reynolds, a past life regression therapist. As he closed his eyes and let his mind drift, everything came rush back. The golden age of Hollywood, the studio light, the stolen moments behind the scenes, the way Brooke looked at him full of love, full of promise. And then the tragedy, the fire, the helplessness, the last thing he ever said to her, I will always find you. Gregory's eyes snapped open, tears streaming down his face. Dr. Reynolds watched him carefully. What did you see? I lost her now, but now I remember her. And now he had to make sure the world remembered her too. Gentleman Gregory began writing. He poured his heart into a screenplay, broken story, their story. When the movie finally premiered, he sat in the audience watching her life unfold on the big screen.
Michael leaned over, smirking. So, how does it feel? Bringing your past love back life? Gregory smiled, his eyes filled with emotion. Some love never fades, some stories never end, and sometimes love finds its way back. As the credit rolled, Rebecca's face appeared one last time, and Gregory swore he could hear her voice again, soft and loving. Always. That's all. So, moral of the story of this novel is, love never fades. If someone is destined for you, then even in whatever life you are, he will still be for you. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nashwa Aulia Putri from Palembang class. In this opportunity, I would like to perform my storytelling. The title is Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. So, keep watching. Opening scene. Storyteller enters the stage. She gives a beautiful smile. Narrator. Once upon a time, in the quiet countryside of England, there lived a family unlike any other, the Bennets. It contains 5 daughters, one very anxious mother, and a father who found endless amusement in his wife's matchmaking schemes. Cut to Mrs. Bennet excitedly talking to Mr. Bennet. Mrs. Bennet. My dear Mr. Bennet, a wealthy young woman, Mr. Bingley, has moved into Netherfield. We must get one of our daughters married to him at once. Mr. Bennet, bridally. An excellent plan, my dear. Which one shall we auction it first? Lover. Then transition to a grand ballroom scene. Ballroom scene, first impression. Lively dancing, candlelight chandeliers, elegant gongs. Elizabeth Bennet and her sisters entered the ball. Narrator. At the ball, Mr. Bingley turns out to be a charming, kind gentleman who immediately takes a liking to Jane, Elizabeth's eldest sister. But then enters Mr. Darcy. Tall, wealthy, and utterly unimpressed, he refuses to dance, barely speaks, and worst of all, insults Elizabeth within earshot. Darcy to Bingley, looking at Elizabeth. She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tell me. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, pretending not care, but you can tell she cares. Elizabeth to Charlotte, smirking. How fortunate that I'm determined never to like him. A series of misunderstandings. Elizabeth walking through gardens, bumping into Mr. Darcy, watching Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth with heightened admiration, become appearance, all smiles. Narrator. Enter Mr. Bingham, handsome, charming and quick to tell Elizabeth a tragic tale of how Darcy ruined his life. Elizabeth gasps dramatically. Narrator. This makes Elizabeth despise Darcy even more. Meanwhile, Jane's romance with Bingley is actually cut short. Bingley leaves town, and it seems like Darcy had something to do with it. Elizabeth roams through the estate various. The soaking drops off. Rainy night. Elizabeth seeks shelter only for Darcy to appear. Darcy, you must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you. Narrator. Hold on. Elizabeth looks stunned. Narrator. He loves her? After all the insults? The arrogance? The ruining of her sister's happiness? Elizabeth. Angrily. You destroyed my sister's happiness, and you insult me from the moment we met. Darcy, I thought it was best. Elizabeth. Best from whom? Yourself? Dramatic pause. Darcy looks pained but says nothing. Elizabeth strong off. The truth comes out. Elizabeth reads Darcy's letter, learning the truth. Narrator. Oops! Turns out, Bingham lied. He wasn't the victim, he was the villain, and Darcy actually saved Bingley from marrying Jane because he thought he didn't love him back. Elizabeth looks guilty, realizing she misjudged Darcy. Redemption and rebellion. Darcy secretly helping Elizabeth's young sisters, Lydia, who ran off with Wingham. Bingley returning and proposing to Jane. Elizabeth visiting Pemberley and seeing a kinder Darcy. Narrator. Slowly, Elizabeth sees a different Darcy, one who is kind, selfless, and not the arrogant man she thought he was. Darcy and Elizabeth meet in a quiet field, golden sunlight. Darcy, you were right about me, my pride, my arrogance, but my feelings for you remain the same. If your feelings are unchanged, tell me so at once. Elizabeth smiles. Her feelings have changed. Elizabeth, shyly. Well, they have changed considerably. Darcy smiles for the first time. Happily ever after. grand wedding scene. Elizabeth and Darcy stand together, finally equals, not wealthy, but in understanding and love. Narrator. And so, Elizabeth and Darcy prove that first impressions aren't everything, and sometimes love is about seeing beyond pride and prejudice. Darcy stares at Elizabeth with a big smile as the sun sets. Narrator. The moral lesson we can learn from this story is that first impressions can be deceiving, and true character is revealed through actions, not appearance. Sometimes the people we least expect can teach us the most about love, humility, and change. The end. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for watching. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
In the midst of the long winter silence, in a snow-covered village, lived a woman named Miriam Swanfield, a widow who had lost her husband, the man who had been the mainstay of her life. Now she had to survive without the person she loved most in the world. Miriam is a strong woman, but like many others, she is not immune to pain and loss. After her husband's death, she felt like the world lost its direction and meaning. Her days felt empty, filled with memories of a past she could not return to. However, behind the hurt in her heart, there is something that keeps her going, her children. They were the light that shone through the darkness of her life. Miriam knew that she had to stay strong. Even though sometimes she felt trapped in a sadness that wouldn't go away. Mommy, why are you still up? Mommy was just thinking, dear. Why are you awake? I dream about Daddy. What did you see, dear? Daddy was here. He smiled at me, but then he's gone, and I can't reach him. Daddy always with us, Anna. even though we can't see him, he's there in our hearts. And we would want us to be strong, just like he was. Did you miss Daddy too? Every day, dear. But we'll still have each other, don't we? And we'll always take care of each other. Miriam Swanfield wasn't just fighting her grief. She was fighting to stay alive for her children and to rediscover the meaning of happiness, even when the world seemed frozen. She was a widow, but she was never truly alone, because the strength to endure was always within her, even when the world seemed to turn against her. The moral lessons of A Winter's Child are about resilience, inner strength, and the power of love. Miriam Swanfield faced deep grief after losing her husband, but she chose to move on for the sake of her children. The story teaches us that even in our darkest moments, we must find the strength to move forward. Pain and loss are part of life, but they don't have to define who we are. By holding on to love and purpose, we can get through the tough winter of our life.
A long time ago, in 1950s, Ireland, a young woman named Laura. She joined a convent to escape from her past. She took vows to serve God, hoping for peace. But deep inside, she felt torn. Something in her heart wouldn't rest.
Laura stands near an imaginary window, gazing out longingly, softly to herself.
I thought I would feel safe here. I thought my heart would be still. But Why do I still feel empty? Is it wrong to remember what I left behind?
Outside the convent, the world continued. And one day, someone from Laura's past returned. Matt, the man she once left. Seeing him again brought back all the feelings that she had tried to forget.
Matt enters the stage, standing near Laura, his presence both familiar and forbidden, gently searching her eyes.
Laura, have you truly found what you were looking for here?
Looking away, her voice strained.
I made a choice, man. A choice to belong to God, not to the past.
But is it what you really want? Or you just afraid to walk away?
Laura clutches the cross around her neck, her breathing unsteady as she restless with emotions long suppressed.
Each day, the convent walls felt smaller. The prayers less converting. The love she once knew still pulled in her heart.
Laura sits alone in her small room, holding a letter from Matt. Voiceover as Laura reads silently.
Laura, I cannot pretend to understand the strength of your devotion, but I know the strength of my love. If there is even a piece of your heart that still beats for the life we once dreamed of, I will wait. Always.
Laura presses the letter to her chest, closing her eyes as silent tears fall. Scene shifts to Laura kneeling in prayer, but her hands tremble. The Mother Superior enters, watching her with knowing eyes.
You are troubled, child. Your heart is restless.
I don't know what God wants of me anymore. Perhaps the better question is, what do you want from yourself?
Laura stands at the threshold of the convent. The doors open before her. The wind carries whispers of the life she had left behind, of the choices still before her.
Is faith stronger than love? Or is love also a kind of faith?
Matt waits beyond the doorway, hope in his eyes, as the convent looms behind her like a shadow of her past decisions.
Some say Laura stayed, choosing faith over love. But others say she left, stepping into an uncertain future. But only Laura knew the truth of her heart, and perhaps to God. In the end, what is sin? Is it sin to follow your heart, or is it a greater sin to deny it? The hardest battles are the ones inside ourselves.
This is storytelling script from 79 Park Avenue. This scene took place in a luxurious but dimly lit apartment in the heart of New York City. The atmosphere is tense, with the weight of ambition and betrayal hanging in the air. There are three characters. Maria, the ambitious, sharp-minded woman, enters first and sits confidently. Mike, the wealthy businessman, follows shortly. And then Veronica, a rival, enters last and stands nearby, eyeing Tanya with suspicion. Maria, with a cool smile, looking around the room. You know, I always thought I have to fight for a place in this world. But now, it's all mine for the taking. Mike, standing across from her, looking at Maria with mixture of admiration and confusion. You always know what you wanted, didn't you, Maria? Ever since I met you, you've been calculating every move. But what I don't understand, was it me you wanted, or was it my world? Maria laughing softly, then leaning forward with determination. Oh, Mike, don't get me wrong. You are an important part of the puzzle. But you're just that, a piece. I wanted everything. Your world, your connection, your power. I wanted to be part of the elite. And you're my way in. Mike, nodding, a bit hurt, but not entirely surprised. I knew there was something more to you. It wasn't just love, was it? It was about power, and you are not the type to settle for second place, are you? Maria paused, her smile cold and calculated. Why settle for a second place when you can own the game? You have built your empire, Mike, but it's time for me to build my own. Veronica stepped forward, arms crossed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Maria, how predictable. You are so obvious. I've seen it all before. You used might to climb. But let's not kid ourselves. I know what you are really after. You want it all, don't you? The power, the control, the whole damn city. Maria glares at Veronica, unshaken. And you think I'm the only one? Please, Veronica. You played the same game, just with a different set of rules. The difference is, I am smarter about it. Veronica snorts, stepping closer. Smarter? Or more just ruthless? You've got your claws in every corner of the city, haven't you? Mike, your lovers, your business partners, they're all just pawns on your chessboard. Maria leaning back in her chair with a slow smile. That's how it works, Veronica. You either play the game or get played. And I choose to win, as always. Mike, looking conflicted, leans forward, his voice serious. You both act like this is just about ambition, about winning, but I've seen what's happening. Maria, you've changed. I don't even recognize you, the woman I fell for. You have crossed lines, lines I thought you'd never cross. It's not just about power for you anymore, is it? It's about control over me, over everyone. Maria with a sly grin. What's the problem, Mike? You knew exactly who I was from the start. You loved me for it. You saw the ambition in my eyes and thought it was passion. Well, it was, but not the way you think. I want more than just your affection. I want your empire. Mike growing frustrated. You think you can just take everything from me? You think I'm just some trophy to be collected? You used me, Maria, and now you are trying to tear everything down. All I ever wanted was someone real, and I thought you were that person. Maria stands up slowly, moving toward the window, her back to the others as she speaks, voice full of cold determination. Maria reflectively, almost to herself. Real? In this world, there's no such thing. You either have power or you don't. You either take what you want or someone else will. That's the reality, Mike. I'm just the one brave enough to admit it. Veronica sneering. Brave? More like cold-hearted. You've burned bridges with everyone who trusted you. And now you think you'll get away with it? You think you'll keep controlling everything? Maria turning to face Veronica, her expression hard. I will control everything. I've already taken control of Mike's world. You are just too blind to see it. Veronica laughs, her tone bitter and sharp. You think you won? The thing about power, Maria, it's not permanent. You are so focused on climbing. You don't see the fall coming. There's always someone younger, someone smarter, someone hungrier than you. One day, someone will take it all from you. Maria, with a confident smirk. Maybe, but not today. Not yet. As long as I'm in control. No one can take anything from me. I make the rules now. Mike stands up sharply. And he firmly, you'll lose yourself in all this, Maria. You'll end up with everything you ever wanted, but nothing that really matters. You'll be alone. Well, in fact, you already alone. Maria looks at him, her eyes hard, but a flicker of doubt crossing her face for just a second. I'd rather be alone at the top than lonely at the bottom. Veronica steps closer, her tone now almost a whisper, as if warning Maria. Be careful, Maria. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. One day, you'll wake up, and the empire you have built will be nothing but ruins. And when that happens, you'll have no one left to blame but yourself. Maria, unmoved, looks out at the city skyline, her voice full of resolve. Let them try. I'll always be a step ahead. I am the game now. And as long as I'm in control, there is no one who can stop me. And so, Maria's rise continued. She outbid them all, taking what she wanted, one piece at a time. But as the years passed, the question remained. In her quest for power, did she lose herself in the process? And when the fall finally came, would anyone be left to catch her? The end. The moral lesson that we can get from this story is that chasing success or wealth at the cost of your values or relationships can lead to unhappiness. It reminds us that love, trust, and staying true to who you are more important than gain material. Thank you and good night.
Beata Winfield never imagined that love could be so beautiful. At the same time, it is so painful. She was just a young widow on the American frontier, living a quiet life, maintaining honor, and holding fast to her principles. But everything changed when she met Kurt Skyman. Kurt is no ordinary man. He is full of charm, intelligence, and has eyes that can be penetrate the soul. But there was one thing that made Beata's heart was feeling so turbulent. Kurt was married.
Why must fate so be cruel? I did not ask for this. I did not ask for this way.
Beata, I never mean that to make things difficult for you. But every time I see him, my heart betrays me. What I'm supposed to do? Then do not look at me in that way, Kurt. Do not make me dreams of the feelings that can never be. Since their first meeting, Beata's heart was being filled with unspeakable upheavals. She tried to dodge, tried to fight the desire that slowly mastered her. But the further away she was, the more fate brought them together. In Kirk's gaze, an accidental touch, and the silence of the night that holds so many secrets. Love is like a fire. It burns with warmth, but it can also destroy. Beata knew that if she continued to follow her feelings, she could lose everything. She can lose her honor, her belief in herself, and perhaps her pride. But can she live in denial forever? I never knew a love until I met you, Beata. But I'm bound to my promise by it. Tell me what I must to do. We must not let the passion blind us, Kirk. Love should not come at the cost of another's suffering. Meanwhile, Kirk is also overwhelmed with anxiety. He loves Beata, but he is also bound by the promise he once made. Should he maintain his planned marriage, or should he pursue his burning passions? Even though the world will label him an unfaithful man, in the end, every love has a price to pay. Whether it loss, sacrifice, or wounds that will never heal. And for Beata, she had to choose. Follow her consequence or remain in the shadow of the decency and ruins that have been shackling her. But tell me, if you were to become Beata, what would you choose? Is love worth the price to pay? Or rather, are we all trapped in an irreversible destiny? Alright, so that's all. Passion Priest by Barbara Bonham. Storytelling by me. I know I made many mistakes, but I tried. And thank you so much for your attention. Goodbye.
So, this story revolves around a girl named Hannah Baker who decided to take her own life. But before she left, she recorded 13 tapes that containing 13 reasons why she ended her life. And today, we're gonna hear a story from point of view of Clay Jensen, one of the reasons that Hannah Baker recorded in her tapes. Why did I get these tapes? What did I do to Hannah? I always thought he was nice. Did I miss something? Clay Jensen said. Clay is just an ordinary teenager. He is kind, smart, and he is always nice to other people. And he never thought he is one of the reasons that Hannah took her life. As Clay listening to these tapes, Hannah's soft voice throughout his ears. Hey you, if you're listening to this, remember you are the one of the reason why I took my own life. But don't worry, I will explain everything. Remember, this is just not about the reason, but this is about whoever did something, and maybe you didn't realize the impact that you had to me. When listening to those tapes, Clay is shocked, but he couldn't do anything. So he just kept listening and listening. In the first tape, Hannah told about her first love, Justin Foley. At first, Hannah thought Justin is her last love, her true love. But then, everything is changed. Justin spread a false rumor about Hannah, and it made the other people in their school talk about that rumor. In those tapes, Hannah said, Justin, I really hoped you stop that rumor. I hope you tell other people that rumor about me, it wasn't true. But you didn't care. You didn't tell. You just let other people thinking about me, thinking about the negative rumor about me. Then, in the second tape, there's Jessica. Hannah talked about Jessica, her best friend who betrayed her. Clay listened carefully, getting more and more caught up in Hannah's heartbreaking story. Clay said, as listened to those tapes, why I didn't know about anything? Why didn't anyone talk? Why didn't I do something? And then, one of those tapes finally talked about him, talked about Clay Jensen. In those tapes, Hannah said about Clay, about why Clay became one of her reasons to end her life. As Clay listened to those tapes, Hannah's soft voice began to enter his ears. Hannah said in soft and heartbreaking voice, Clay, this is your part. Listen carefully. You are not like the others. You were not supposed to be in here. You have never hurt me. I wish I could talk more to you. Whenever we were together, I always felt safe around you. But I couldn't let myself feel that way. I was too hurt. There's too many hurt in my heart. Why, Hannah? Why you didn't talk to me? I could help you. I always want to help you, said Clay. And then he listening again to those tapes. I know this doesn't make any sense to you, Clay, but this is the way. This is the way I let others and I let you to know what I really felt.
what I experienced and why I took the worst decision. So, this story is just not about those tapes. It is about an action and words, or even a neglect that can have a huge impact to others. Maybe some action felt normal to everyone, but for Hannah, their action made her world crumble. After Clay listening to all those tapes, Clay said, "We never knew what's going on someone's lives, what they're going through. We should more caring, more aware about our actions, about our words. We shouldn't underestimate someone's problems." So, throughout Clayton's journeys about those tapes, we learned how important it is to care and to listen to those around us. Because maybe someone is struggling in silence. Hannah Baker may be gone, but her story always teaches us that our words, our action have a huge impact, have power to others' life. And remember, you can always seek for help if you're struggling with your own problem.
This is the story of Kitela, a girl from Barbados who left her free and then she left behind after her grandfather died. She moved to Connecticut to live with her aunt and uncle in a strict Puritan community. Her bright clothes, both attitude and ability made her different. But it was her, the uniqueness, and that the people feared the most. Why do they stare at me? Did I do something wrong? One day, Kit met an old woman named Hannah Tucker. In the people terms, said, "She is rich, but Kit, nothing so evil about her." Hannah was kind and wise. People fear what they don't know, Joe. But that doesn't make it true. It visited Hannah often when others told her not to. She also taught a little girl named Prudence how to read, even though the girl's mother didn't allow it. But soon the whispers started. "Kids fights with the witch. She is dangerous." And then the worst happened. Kit was taken to court of accused being witch. She felt scared and confused, wondering how everything had gone so wrong.
hit Tyler. People say you are friends with Hannah Tupper. They say they saw you floating in the river. Tell us the truth. I'm not witch. I only want to help. She looks around, but no one spoke for her. Even the old family was silent. But then a small voice was here. Kids not witch. She taught me to read. She was kind to me. The whisper spread through the room. Doubts began to surface. Perhaps it was dangerous after all. But she knew that the truth, she would never truly in this place. Never truly belong in this place. I will find where I belong. Moral lesson: don't let the fears and prejudice of others change who you are, and stay true to goodness and truth.
A middle-aged woman, Mr. Saint Vincent, sat at a worn-out wooden table. Her face was weary, her eyes filled with worry, as she stared at a sheet of paper covered in numbers. Household expenses piling up with no way to pay them. In the corner of the room, her daughter, Barbara, gazed out of the window with empty eyes.
Mother, I'm tired of living like this. Our life is too hard. I have to find a job.
Weakly, trying to smile.
Be patient, dear. We will find a way.
Suddenly, her eyes fell on a small advertisement in the newspaper. For gentlefolk only, a small house in Westminster, exquisitely furnished, offered to those who would truly appreciate it. Rent purely nominal, no agents.
whispering with hope, "This might be our change." The next day, Mr. Saint Vincent went to see the house. When the door opened, she was greeted by an elderly butler named Quentin. "Welcome, madam. Please come in. This is the drawing room and over there the dining room." Mr. Saint Vincent couldn't hide her amazement. The house was beautiful, filled with antique furniture, polished floors, and large windows overlooking Green Park. "Oh, this is incredible, but why is the rent so low?" "The owner of this house only wishes for it to be lived in by someone who will truly cherish it." A few days later, Mr. Saint Vincent and her children moved into the house. Their lives changed drastically. Barbara began seeing a wealthy young man named Jim Masterton, while Rupert, Mr. Saint Vincent's son, started distancing himself from his whole raw company. But something made Rupert suspicious. "Mother, did you know that Lord Littledale, the owner of this house, disappeared years ago? No one knows where he went." "Really?" "And Quentin, our butler, there's something strange about him. I need to investigate." Weeks later, Rupert rushed into the house, out of breath, his face full of triumph. "Mother, I found something. I went to a village near Lord Littledale's estate, and I met the real butler. His name is Quentin." "What? But Quentin is here." "Yeah, exactly. The Quentin in our house is a fraud. I'm sure he murdered Lord Littledale and took his place to cover it up." Jen felt uneasy. She called Quentin into the drawing room. "Quentin, who are you really?" "You already know the answer, don't you?" Suddenly, the door burst open and the real Quentin entered. "My lord!" A moment of silence. Mr. Saint Vincent's eyes widened. The Quentin in their house was actually Lord Littledale himself. "Yes, I am Lord Littledale. I never went to Africa. I only want to do something good with my life." "But why?" "I realized that I had lived a very selfish life. I wanted to help those who truly needed it. So I rented out of my house
at a low price to those who deserve them, like you.
Mr. Saint Vincent smiled. She couldn't be angry. Lord Listerdale was strange, but he was a good man.
Mr. Saint Vincent, would you like to stay here? More than that, would you marry me? I don't know what to say.
Barbara had found her happiness with Jim Masterton. Now, it was her mother's turn to find her own happiness.
The moral lesson is kindness and generosity can change lives in unexpected ways. True happiness comes not from wealth, but from trust, gratitude, and the love we choose to embrace.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Tita Ivisama, 4th B class students from English Education Study Program Association, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. So in this opportunity, I would like to tell you a story of Pavilion of Woman by Pearl Asbach. So let's get started.
Once upon a time, China, in the early 20th century, in a grand household, a woman named Madame Wu celebrated her 40th birthday. But today, she is not only celebrating, she is making a decision that will change her life forever. Madame Wu sits gracefully, surrounded by servants preparing for her 40th birthday celebration. For 40 years, I have lived as the perfect mother and the perfect wife. But today, on my birthday, I will give myself a gift. That is freedom. My husband,
A gift? What do you mean by that, my darling?
yes, my husband, I have arranged for you to have a concubine. She is a young woman who will keep you a company, and I will step back from my duty as your wife.
What? My darling, you no longer love me?
No, my husband, It is not about love. It is about choice. I have gave my life to Daddy, and now I wish to find myself. Master Wu lowers his gaze, struggling with his emotions. Days pass. Madame Wu watches her youngest son studying with the foreign priest, Brother Andre. His words will soon shake her world. Madame Wu stands in the garden, watching as her youngest son studies with a foreign priest, Brother Andre. The priest turns to her and smiles. Madame Wu, your son is a bright boy. But tell me, what do you seek? I don't know. I have spent my life serving others. I have never asked myself such a question. There is more to life than that. A woman's heart too. A woman's heart also deserves freedom. Madame Wu looks away, troubled by his words, but unable to ignore them. But Madame Wu's new way of thinking doesn't sit well with her family. Her eldest son, bound by tradition, is furious. Mother, how could you disgrace our family? Bringing a concubine into our house? Ignoring father? Hey, my son, please, hear me. You don't understand. One day, you will. A woman must choose the right, to choose her own path. You speak like that foreign priest. He fills your head with foolish ideas. Madame Wu sighed, knowing her path will not be easy. And then tragedy strikes. Brother Andre falls ill. Madame Wu, the woman who never showed weakness, rushed to his side. Andre. You must not leave us. Madam Wu, life, not for Daddy, and also not for others. Life is just for yourself. And so, Madame Wu stands before her family, not as the distant matriarch, but as the woman who has finally found herself. I will not be bound by tradition alone. I will lead this family, but on my own term, with wisdom, with love, and with choice. Master Wu looks her, sadness in his eyes, but also respects. Her eldest son, once angry, watches her with newfound understanding. And so, Madame Wu found what she had long sought, not just freedom, but herself. In a world of expectations, she dared to choose her own path. So this is the end of the story of Pavilion of Women by Pearl S. Bach, and the moral of the story is, true freedom is choosing your own path. Happiness is not selfish. It takes courage to be true to yourself. That's all from me. Thank you for watching. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Scan 1. Accident in the desert. Night in the desert of Navajo, the wind blew hard. A small plane crashed and burned. Jim G arrived at the location with Ernie Bigay.
I have seen many accidents, but this one feels strange.
They approached the plane. Jack's body was lying outside. His body had been moved before the accident occurred.
Look at this, Ernie. Someone has touched the screen scan before we arrive.
Suddenly, they heard the sound of the car closer. Captain Largo got out of the car.
The FBI will take over. I don't want you to go too deep. But this is not only an ordinary accident. This is murder. find something. Report this first.
Scan 2. Investigation and hidden informant. In a small bar on the border, she meets with Carlos Martins, an informant who might know about the crash plane.
You're looking for an answer in a dangerous place, police? What do you know about the plane?
Carlos looking around, making sure no one was eavesdropping.
The plane brought more than just a truck. There was something in it. Something that made them kill the pilot before it crashed.
Before Carlos was able to talk further, a masked man entered and started shouting. She took refuge behind the table, replying to short. Carlos was injured. Before fainting, he whispered,
Dark Queen. It's more than just a legend.
Scan 3. The FBI involvement. At the police headquarters, Agent James Thatcher from the FBI questioned Chi.
You interfere our business too much, Officer Chi. So, this is a drug investigation, or is there something bigger?
Thatcher doesn't answer. Mary London, who sat in the corner of the room, spoke up.
Jack West, the pilot, is on the run. He knows too much, right? What I can say is the people involved in this will not hesitate to kill anyone who is too close.
Scan 4. Facing Hostin Show. Chi met Hostin Show, Hoppy's old man who seemed to have an answer.
You are looking for the truth in a place full of shadows. What do you know about the Dark Queen?
Hostin Show started far into the night sky.
In the past, there was a story about people hiding in the dark. Infiltrating our land for their own benefit. They were still there, and they were more dangerous than before.
Scan 5. Hunting in the desert. Chi, Annie Bigay, and Mary London followed the instruction to an old warehouse at the border. They saw Joseph Musk and Mark Shaw talking to someone in a black car. Carlton Wolf got out of the car.
We have a problem. tribal police start to interfere.
She held the gun, preparing to invade. However, suddenly Max saw turned and shot at them. The skinful of action took place in the middle of the desert. Mary took refuge behind a large rock while talking photos, while Ernie fired her weapon at the criminal. Joseph Musket was caught, but Cotton and Mark ran away. Scan 6 Final Confrontation. Casing Colton and Mark into ancient ruin. In the hidden cave, they found great evidence of smuggling weapons, drugs, and secret documents.
You won't come out alive, police.
G and Max fight fiercely. After a severe resistance, G managed to paralyze it.
The game is over, Wolf. Dark Queen finally and here.
Scan 7 Closing.
You finish it. But it looks like this is not the end for you. No. The desert will always keep the secret. I am just temporary here before the wind
whisper again. The moral lesson is this story is the importance of maintaining harmony, peace of mind in dealing with chaos. That means, like the Chi, although at first he was confused, but he tried to remain calm in dealing with many problems he faced. And by using the plan, not with emotion, he could finally solve this case.